Hello, I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the State Court of Clayton County. This is the jail calendar for October 8th of 2024. This is also the we have an arraignment calendar for October 28th of 2024. I'm going to call the calendars in a moment. Your attorneys will speak for you. If you have an attorney, if you don't, then let me know at the time. If they're individuals in the jail, they'll be afforded the opportunity to speak with the Indigent Defense Counsel, which they probably have already spoken with them. Also, if you have on the screen a name that is not your first and last name, if it's a nickname, if it's the designation of your phone, please change that. If you touch the screen or activate the screen near where your name should be, then it'll come up with a box with 3 white circles in it. If you click on the box with 3 white circles, then it should have a pull down menu and a rename option. So please rename yourself. If you are anything other than your first and last name on the screen, please rename yourself so I'll know who is here for this hearing. All right, so the arraignment calendar, I usually call that first. It tends to be shorter. We'll go ahead and deal with that today first. On the arraignment calendar for Leslie Marie Acosta. Leslie Marie Acosta.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Acosta is present in the courtroom.
All right, and so my understanding is she was here to provide some documentation to the state.
That's correct, Your Honor. She was here and has a copy of a certificate from Department of Driver Services showing that she completed her driver improvement class. I believe the state was going to make an offer or possibly no across the account based on that, since Ms. Acosta is under 21, no plea to a traffic offense would still suspend her license.
Can you please email me a copy of what she has? I don't have anything in my emails.
Well, actually, Ms. Acosta, if you walk down to the solicitor's office, which if you leave the courtroom, go to your right, walk down to the hall, then you can hand it to the lady at the desk, and she can make a copy of it or scan it for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll let Ms. Acosta know where that office is located so she can take it to attorney.
Yeah, just tell them it's for Ms. Hagler. All right. All right. Gregory Errol Brown. Gregory Errol Brown. Oh.
It's just the solicitor's office, not the court. It'll be at the end of the hall.
All right. Yeah, it's Gregory Errol Brown, Mr. Taylor.
Your Honor, we have had no contact with Mr. Brown. He originally appeared in a Zoom court appearance, but we were unable to get his phone number prior to the Zoom meeting being discontinued or closed out. And so we haven't been able to reach him.
And he hasn't, Ms. Val, he hasn't called our office or anything, has he? I don't think.
No, ma'am.
It was a no insurance charge, and he was prepared to take care of it that day.
Yeah, he had technical issues, and so we told him that he was going to have to come back, but I don't even know if he got the message, but he still knows he hasn't completed the information, so he hasn't contacted the court in any way.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Thank you.
Marika Brichelle Dawson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Dawson. So, Lister Holt Dennis.
Your Honor, we've had no contact telephone number for Ms. Dawson, so we've been unable to reach her. I would request that since she's present in the courtroom today, present on Zoom, that the bench warrant, I believe.
Need a breakout room with her.
That would be great, Your Honor.
Okay, so Ms. Dawson, until we do the breakout room, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know my camera was on. I apologize. I must have hit it by accident. Ms. Dawson, until we do the breakout room, do you know how to use the chat function?
I see it right here with the little
Okay,
line.
so click on the chat box and
Okay,
where the name in blue, whatever name is in blue, click on that and you'll see a pull down menu.
uh-huh,
When you want to send your phone number and email address, you want to put it in that box and send it to courtroom 304.
okay.
So when you click on courtroom 304, it'll take you directly to Mr. Taylor so he can get your information and he may
You said,
call you.
okay, just my phone number and email?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
I'm doing it now.
So the next person on the calendar is Marquis Evans, and I have Jason Carnell as his new attorney.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. That's correct.
All right. Mr. Carnell, do you all have you had an opportunity to speak with the state about Mr. Evans, or do you all have a plan?
Your Honor,
Hello?
pursuant to the calendar, it was scheduled for today for a plea.
All right.
I believe he said he was going to be a little late today, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Well, who did he say that to?
Well, he told me that he said he was going to be a little late logging on, but he reminded me yesterday to make sure I made court today on time.
All right, so he is aware. Janae Brazier Harris.
Your Honor, Ms. Harris is present in the courtroom. We wish to enter a not guilty plea at this time, and
Okay.
we request that the bench warrant, she has an active bench warrant for missing a previous court date. Her address had changed, and I don't believe the court had received notice of that change.
Had she changed it with the clerk's office?
No, ma'am, but I did call the clerk's office to.
Yeah, it's harder to do it by phone because they need actual ID, like proof that it's you. So go down right now to the clerk's office on the first floor. You're going to the state court clerk's office. So when you come through the double doors on the first floor, you're going to go down to the end of the hall to your left. So you'll take a left and go down to the end of the hall. When you get to the end of the hall, you'll see the state court clerk's office. Ask them to allow you to change your address. And once you've done that, you can come back up and we'll do a bench warrant set aside, okay?
Okay.
All right, don't forget, you got to come back to me. One second. All right, and the next person on the calendar is Frank Hogan. That's Chris Tolles' client. Frank Hogan. Mr. Tolles, present, available here. Oh, Mr. Tolles, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Judge.
All right, so Mr. Hogan, have you and Mr. Tolles worked this out with the state?
So I'm sorry. Judge, we want to work this case out. We want to plead guilty. That was always our intent. That was our announcement at the last calendar. We want to take the plea at the original terms that was offered by the state. We felt that it wasn't the fairest deal, but it wasn't a deal that we did agree to. We had continued the case only because I was trying to see if perhaps a brief continuance and my client being able to plead NOLO because he has a CDL might be able to save his license and things of that nature. The original offer was a $500 fine, a 20 hours of community service. And we wanted to plead NOLO because we wanted to do whatever we could to try to CDL. We had asked the state, in which they've done many times, to reduce the speed. They refused to do that. And
they don't do it, Mr. Tolles. I'm gonna tell you, recently they're not reducing 35s and over. I have not seen them reduce. With the standard thing is 12 months, a driver improvement course, a $500 fine. I rarely seen them take a NOLO on it. And 12 months probation, a $500 fine, and a driver improvement course is usually what I've seen them ask for.
Well, I've seen different things in different courtrooms, Judge. And
Yeah, this one, it's been pretty standard for the last year and a half.
Okay, well, like I said, I've sat in courtroom and seen them reduce speed. I've seen them negotiate. I've seen negotiations. But having said that, Judge, we wanted to take advantage of the what we would call the standard deal in this particular case. And so my client is now since lost his job. And he's now looking for employment. And so now it becomes more important that he take advantage of a NOLO, because he is a CDL driver. That's how he makes his living. But he's lost his job, so he's going to have to find new employment. So he's not in the same position that he was as far as the fine is concerned. And he's not in the same position as he's done some community service. I did send something over, but he still has.
So, Mr. Tolles, you've known me for a long time. You know I don't have the most patience. What is it you're asking me for? Is this unnegotiated? What we doing?
I just want him to be able to plead NOLO to the charge, for him to get the $500 fine, the driver's import course, and the 20 hours of community service. And that is what we're prepared to do
With probation.
With the probation, as the court said, and to have his conditions terminated or suspended upon completion of those terms. The only thing that's changed was the fact that we asked for a continuance. On the first time was on the county.
Okay, but what's the offer now? I'm not sure why what's the issue?
Well, the issue is that's not the offer now, Your Honor. When the defense requested a continuance over our objection, you actually said that you would be increasing community service to 100 hours. So that is what the new offer is.
Because we were talking about him doing community service at a dog shelter or facility because he likes
correct.
dogs.
Again, over our objection. So the standard offer is no longer the offer, Mr. Tolles, and we discussed that when you called me. So if your client wants to plead negotiated, then we will keep the $500 fine in place. We'll keep the defensive driving, but the community hours is 100. Because again, that was over state's objection when the judge granted your continuance.
Well, again, Judge, and I'm speaking to the court now, not Ms. Hagler. I'm speaking to the court, and I'm asking the court to do what it just said was the standard within these particular cases, which is 20 hours of community service, a $500 fine, and 12 months probation. We're asking that it be suspended. The only reason the 100 hours came up, Judge, was because my client spoke out of turn and said something about, well, I could do this. But I think that in fairness, if we're being fair and consistent in the way courts are run, that there's never been a time when the defense has asked for a continuance and that's changed the plea deal, or that when the state asked for a continuance, we've gotten some kind of benefit or lowered the plea deal because the state needed a continuance. I don't think a continuance, a one-time continuance, where we've already stated that we're pleading guilty, should increase the community.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do. The NOLO's off the table. We'll take the guilty plea, and I'll go with the $500 fine and the 20 hours of community service because Mr. Hogan has been here a ton of times and he's gonna have to find a job. So we'll go ahead and stick with that. He can have pay-only probation and it'll terminate upon completion.
Well, Judge, we still want to take advantage of the NOLA. That's why he's here.
No,
CDL.
the guilty. I'll take the guilty and then the 500 and the 20 hours.
And then the NOLA, I just get the points and possibly everything for my license gets suspended, so I can't go to work anyways, right? That's basically what happens.
Yeah.
But this is my understanding that y'all announced that you would take the guilty plea the last time. What has changed? I don't, this 35 miles plus an hour is going to suspend, it's going to have negative consequences for a CDL holder no matter what. So I don't know why somebody would risk it. That's not my call. My call is, let's just get this done and keep moving because
That's what we're trying to do, Judge. And
I get that, Mr. Tolles, but just like in the days of Buckhead bonds, what we don't do is tailor everything to what the individual defendant needs. if you're talking about standard, I'm telling you what's standard. And so this is not different than I'm resetting you back to the standard offer. That's what you're getting. They're not giving no-lows on just for speeding 35 plus miles an hour. That's rare. That's a choice you make.
Okay, well, again, and maybe this is because I don't have 100 speeding cases a year. I didn't know the standard, that was the quote unquote standard. I didn't know that there was no deviation, that there's no.
Well, Mr. Tolles, I can deviate on 21 to 25 miles per hour over the limit. I can deviate on 11 to 15. But when we're talking 35 plus miles an hour over the limit for somebody who is a trained driver, and that's everybody with a license, somebody who knows that that's not to be done. I mean,
and I explained
you
that.
can play that little violin for somebody else. If he wasn't out here driving like it was NASCAR, then we might have a different conversation. But at this point, speeding 35 plus miles an hour over the limit is just as bad to me as a DUI or a reckless, because you could still kill somebody.
Understood, Judge. And like I said, I didn't understand that was your position. I now know that that's your position. I didn't know that what I was asking for was as far as the continuance to try, like I said.
The continuance has not made a difference to me. We're back at reset. So we don't need to even be worried about the continuance. I'm back at what is the standard offer in a 35 plus mile an hour case. So if that's what you want, let's go ahead and do it.
Well, that wasn't explained to us, Your Honor, at the last thing that was the standard.
What were you expecting, Mr. Tolles? So even if it's not the standard, if that's what I want to go with today, I'd still be upheld.
Maybe so. I mean, I'm not here to say that you would not be. I'm just saying that, in defense of my client, like I said, we've been agreeable, and we came in here trying to negotiate and trying to resolve the case in a fair and consistent manner. And when we were last here, the only thing I had asked the court, I didn't know this NOLO thing was a thing. That's the first time I'm hearing it. I didn't know I was asking for something that's just never given. I did not know that. So if that's what the court is telling me, that wasn't explained to us. It was my client that brought up the 100 hours of community service. It wasn't even the court. My client, like I said, spoke out of turn and said he would do 100 hours community service because he wanted to keep his license. So he wanted to, I guess, impress the court. I did not know that was, something that the court just did not do, that it wasn't explained to me. So if that's what the court is saying, then I still think that my client should get the benefit of either a NOLO with 100 hours.
I'll do 100 hours with NOLO.
With NOLO with 100 hours.
If you give me paperwork to go do community service somewhere, I'll do it. I didn't have paperwork 4 months ago. I just need paperwork to do community service. I'm free to do.
All right, let me hear from Ms. Hagler. Ms. Hagler.
Your Honor, again, overstates objection. Everyone was in court. You put on the record that he would do 100 hours of community service.
What you just said.
The defendant was aware. His attorney was aware. Everyone was aware that was the new offer. The state is not, again, our initial offer is off the table. So we'll just defer to the court on how you wish to proceed with, again, it was 100 hours of community service.
I remember. But I don't think that's what Mr. Tolles is talking about. Mr. Tolles is focused on getting a NOLO.
Right. Well, again, no, Your Honor. Again, we're going to proceed forward, like the judge said, with the guilty. If the defense attorney wants to have his IN do 20 hours community service, that's fine. But again, we're deferring to the court's ruling on this, so there will be no NOLOs on this case.
And that's not what Ms. Hagler said to me the other day. But now she wants to say that in court. She said,
well, because now you're trying to have your client do what, 20 hours? No, that was not the new offer.
Well, the court has explained to me, and I've known the court, the judge for a long time. If the court is telling me, and I take her at her word because I trust Judge Hayward. If Judge Hayward says that this is the standard, and this is what we're doing here, and I'm comfortable.
The standard. If it's what I decided to do in this case, I would still be fine. I'm not outside the lines of what makes sense. It's 35 plus miles an hour over the limit. So what you're arguing is he should do 100 hours of community service and get a NOLO. That's what you want?
Yes.
I just can't do the NOLO. I'm not feeling the NOLO.
But that's what you agreed to do when we left the court. You said you would do the NOLO and the 100 hours of community service.
She agreed to the 100 hours. The judge was not
Agreeing to the
about
NOLO.
guilty
I
versus,
remember the
yeah.
100 hours.
Yeah, that was all she agreed to.
Hold on. Let me look back in my book.
Please, because the reason for the delay was because of the 5-year.
Hold on.
Yes, that's why it was continued, because of the 5 years, so we could do the NOLO. Otherwise, we just pled guilty that day.
I still would have had a job. Lost a $100,000 job for a speeding ticket. I was being chased. I approved. I'm sorry.
I understand.
Look, I don't know the background on the whys and the wherefores. I don't. Let me look back, because I usually have notes on these things.
Yes, and because he was advised that there was a NOLO plea that was taken less than like 4 years, almost 5 years, but it was a little less than 5 years. So if we did the plea today, he could do that.
Okay, so on September 5th, I had that he wanted to do a not guilty and a bench trial. And then on September 17th, there was a waiver. And then the last time he was here, he was wanting to get stuff done and you weren't here. So I didn't let him make any announcements at that point. So the last time we talked about this was way back on the calendar call, before the calendar, or some point around the calendar call.
It was at a calendar call.
August 5th.
Yeah, it was at a calendar call, and you gave him.
But since then, we've had a waiver, we've had a not guilty and a bench trial. So, I mean, at this point, Mr.
Any of that, Judge. The only thing that has happened since then is the last time I was here, I had a conflict. That is it. The only thing that's changed, the only thing that got pushed back from last week, because we were supposed to do this last week, I had a conflict. That is it. He was supposed to come in and do the plea, the NOLO plea to the 100 hours of community service, the $500 fine last week. I was not here because I had a conflict. There was no waiver, there was no bench trial, there was no nothing. And so the court told us to come back this week, which we had done. I had talked to Ms. Hagler over the phone. I wasn't aware that she didn't tell me that this was them. She just told me that this was her recommendation. And I said, well, fine. I told her I didn't know why she was objecting to my continuance. So the reason for the continuance, Judge, was so that he could take a NOLO plea outside the 5 years, so we could try to save his CDL, so we could try to save his livelihood. And that's all we're asking the court to do today. And the court agreed to do that.
With the 100 hours.
With the 100 hours of community service, probation, all that.
Money, you want to double it, I'll pay it.
Yeah.
That's what you want.
Let me think about it. Give me a minute.
All right, thank you.
All right, next on the calendar is Tori Akeem Williams. That case is closed. So
I'm right here.
So Mr. Williams, your case was no pros. It was a distracted driving case. And so we trust that you are going to get and maintain a hands-free device to operate your vehicle. But the case was dismissed on September 23rd.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Right, but get that hands-free device, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And Your Honor, I do have an announcement on Miss Acosta. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
I do have a copy of her completed driver's class, offensive driver's class, so let's take on the non-prospect case.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Sure.
Acosta? Is she back? Come here, ma'am. Mr. Acosta, the whole point of people under 21 getting higher penalties for driving is because we know y'all have less experience and we know y'all have a level of exuberance about having a license and being behind the wheel of a car. And what we don't want is for you to combine that lack of experience and that exuberance with a traffic accident or something that hurts you or someone. You got me?
Yes.
Okay, so careful. The key to being a long-term driver is being a careful driver. All right? All right, thank you. You're free to go at this time, ma'am. All right, so we have a breakout room for Dawson. There'll be Mr. Taylor will be talking with Dawson. And Evans, did Mr. Carnell show up for Evans? Hi, Deputy.
Yeah, sorry. Gregory Brown came in the court after you called his name.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank goodness. So he can speak directly with Mr. Holton Dennis. So Mr. Taylor, Mr. Brown is in court. If you all could help him resolve that today, if possible.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for that. And
Your Honor, two announcements. I've been in communication with Ms. Dawson, and we do wish to enter a not guilty to the charges today.
Ms. Dawson? Ms. Dawson?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, let me see you, please.
Yes, ma'am. Can you see me?
Hold on. Something disappeared on my screen. I see you now. Yes, ma'am. So listen to me carefully. So you have bond conditions that say you're not supposed to have contact with the person listed on your bond. If you were to have just listen to me, please. Because y'all don't listen, y'all always waiting to talk. And when you're waiting to talk, you're thinking about what you're gonna say to me as opposed to what I'm saying. What I'm saying could save you from going to jail. So you might want to listen. So you have bond conditions. The bond conditions will list the person that you're not supposed to have contact with. And by contact, I mean not even on social media, no messages through third parties, not calling their job, their home, family members. If you were to have contact with that individual or possibly go back to a location that is prohibited, then you could be arrested again and have to spend the remainder of the time in jail until your case is resolved. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies, and the felony of aggravated stalking, which is punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. So please understand that we take these conditions very seriously. Your bond conditions are written out on your bonding paperwork. If you don't have a copy of it, then you can get a copy at the clerk's office in the state court clerk's office on the first floor of the Justice Center at 9151 Terra Boulevard. You understand? Jonesboro. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
May I say something? Those people has been in contact with me. I haven't contacted them. They're asking to see me and my child.
Okay. So that's the other thing. If they're contacting you, then you don't respond, but you do keep a record of it and you can share that record with your attorney.
Okay, also, Your Honor, I just had a baby. I'm a first-time offender. I'm not a violent person. I have proof that I was invited over there.
Okay, ma'am, you need to stop talking because you're going to get yourself arrested and your baby going to be sitting there on formula instead of breast milk.
Okay.
Ms. Dawson, I'll follow up with you.
Mr. Taylor, tell her what she needs to know to stay out of jail because she's about to go back.
I understand, Your Honor, and I will follow up with her after court. I do have her contact information now.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Dawson, I will follow up with you after court, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, Lord, I love people trying to explain that situation and they're talking themselves deeper and deeper into trouble.
Your Honor, Ms. Harris.
Yes.
Is back in the courtroom. She went down to the clerk. Were you able to provide your updated address?
Yes, sir.
So she was able to provide her updated address to the court.
All right, so ma'am, that's where we will send notices. Please keep in touch with your attorney. That is very important because if something happens and the mail doesn't run right and you don't get your notice, your attorney will know that you're supposed to be in court, okay?
Yeah.
And they need to contact you in order to prepare your case.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, that bench warrant will be recalled, correct?
Yes. Can I get a bench warrant recall for Harris?
Excuse me, Judge, there's also a bench warrant on Miss Dawson.
May I get a bench warrant? Do you have Miss Dawson's information?
I have her telephone number. I have her contact information, Your Honor.
Okay, call Miss Dawson and tell her that she needs to come down and change her information with the court.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do that.
All right, and that's very important. Tell her to stop talking and listen. All right. So we'll get a bench warrant set aside for Miss Dawson. And Mr. Taylor's going to communicate that information to her. All right. Yes.
And that's for Ms. Harris as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Now, Mr. Brown is in court, is my understanding. Yeah, the deputy said he just came in.
May I have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Brown, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hogan and Mr. Mr. Tolles. So, Mr. Tolles. The court is going to give you the 100 hours of community service in the NOLO and the $500 fine.
Thank you, Judge.
Only because a couple of things. Mr. Hogan has been here every single time since April, at least, and because I don't want it to appear that you're being punished for a continuance, because that's not how I roll. But I also, I just really feel like this could have been done a lot quicker, a lot sooner. We didn't have to have all these delays.
Yes, and most of that was my conflict letters and
yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, Mr. Toll.
I went to jail.
Mr. Hogan was here every single time.
Mr. Hogan even actually went to jail because I was on a conflict letter.
I had 10 hours of community Clayton County. I lost my job, Clayton County. I had to bond out, second chance bail's bondsman.
Yeah.
I'm a person that's on top of everything, so
I got you, Mr. Hogan. So that part plays into it also. So, Mr. Hogan, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
yeah.
All right. So you're before the court on speeding 35 plus miles an hour over the limit. This is case 2023 CR 06129. You're represented by attorney Chris Tolles. You're entering a plea of NOLO. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
Factual basis and factual basis, please, and I have the recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about June 16th of 2023, Officer R, last name Calvert, C as in cat, A-L, B as in Victor, E-R-T, provide the defendant a ticket for speeding. The defendant was going 106 miles per hour in a 65-mile-per-hour zone. Pursuant to the remarks in the ticket, the defendant was recklessly changing lanes through traffic on the while the officer was on the HOV ramp. Officer Calvert also used his stalker radar in clocking the defendant's speed. And those are the facts of the case and the facts that occur in Clayton County, Georgia.
All right, Mr. Hogan, I'm going to accept your plea of no loss. Sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $500. It's going to be $737.50 with the surcharges, 100 hours of community service, and you'll be on only probation until your 100 hours of community service and your fine are paid. After that, your probation will terminate, but you have to complete all of the terms and conditions of probation. You have to report while you're on probation. Mr. Hogan, you're a commercial driver, and so you know you've seen crazy stuff on the roads. I don't know that you've been part of crazy stuff on the roads. You understand?
I'm definitely not. I'm after this situation, like I said, I don't want to own a gun. I don't even want to come outside no more, you know? So just this little situation with all the other craziness that's going on in the world, it literally, I'm setting my house up as a bunker so I don't have to come out, you know? So
I mean, that's not necessary.
But like I said, the thing is why I got tolls in the first place was to represent no, it's over, but with Ms. Hagler, it's like I said, it's like I said, only what the cops, so I'm confident enough that if she was to contact the sheriff, he would be like, hey, there was a black truck. I remember that guy because it's hard not to remember somebody doing 106. There was a black truck chasing him. I just stopped him first because he was going faster. You see what I'm saying? So by the time I seen there was cops.
So was this somebody you had made contact with?
Yes, I was selling puppies and I had all the paperwork to show. That's when I mentioned to you I was a dog breeder and I was trying to sell the puppies and then somebody was trying to forcibly take one and I started running. You see what I'm saying? So it's like my initial thing was to run. You know, so like I said, it's already done. I just need paperwork from either the probation or you. So when I go to these places, I have something, a court order saying, hey, I have the time. I have weekends and now I got Monday through Sunday to do the community service. So I apologize. This won't be the last time you possibly see me. Hopefully not for speeding, but like I said.
But Mr. Hogan, just don't sell no more puppies. I told you what I feel about rescue versus
I got you. I ain't got no more. I just did it to save me some taxes on my dog food, man. That's it. So when I find dog, I
rescued a pit the other day that was just hanging out at somebody's house.
My dogs are XL American Bullies. They
I get that we go fancy. I'm a pit bully girl myself, but what I'm saying to you is the ones that you sell, you can't trust that they're not going to end up on the street. I saw a Staffordshire bully mix, beautiful dog, Brindle, beautiful dog the other day, rescued it because it was hanging out at my friend's house and she's not a dog person. Dog was amazing, but I couldn't take another dog and I can't find anybody else who could take them. So the whole point is as long as you're breeding dogs, we have, if you look at the Clayton County shelter, that I'm on their website, they send out a notice every week of the dogs that are going to be euthanized because they can't find homes. And 99% of those dogs are Staffordshire or bullies.
It's going to
99%.
with people's pockets. People can't feed themselves. So
It's not that, Mr. Hogan. It is because people get dogs because they think it's a thing to do, but they don't understand that dogs require time, they require attention. And so it's not so much about the food. It's more about the fact that people they get them and then it's too much. I want to go out. I don't want to go home and feed the dog. So people, if we're breeding dogs, we're just adding to that population of dogs that every Thursday are on the kill list. Every Thursday.
And I do the community service at your place at the Clayton County.
You can do community service at whatever dog show.
You say you connected to that place, so that's why I want to go there and be like, I'm here for Miss Hayward to You know,
Well,
'cause
you can just take the paperwork. They'll take you.
if they know you, then I'm gonna take, that's where I'm gonna go. So when I bring it back, Hagler can see I did the 100 hours at your place, and that'll be it. So
It's not my place. It's just
your
the
name is
county
on there.
shelter.
you know what I'm saying? They're gonna be happy to know you sent me there to save some animals. So
They
I'm
need
an
the
animal
help.
person. I talk to spiders and trees and stuff. So like I said, I'm one with nature, you know, so like I
I
said.
got you, Mr. Hogan. Well, they will appreciate the help. If
All
you,
right.
when you leave the courtroom, go to your right, the courtroom on your right, courtroom 305, go through that first set of double doors, and Miss James is gonna be in there. She's gonna get you set up for probation. Ask her any questions that you might have pertaining to your particular situation, but she's going to explain everything you need to do. If you're having difficulty with anything, especially completing the community service, please make sure you talk to your probation officer. They're here to make sure you successfully complete. You understand?
We'll get the paperwork there as well, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All righty, take care, Mr. Hogan.
Excuse me, Judge, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am. No problem.
You did say pay only and terminate on completion?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Because this is community service and money, so those go into pay only. All right, the last case I have on the arraignment calendar is Marquis Evans, and Mr. Cornell is here. Mr. Cornell.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Mr. Evans is charged with avoiding security and disorderly conduct, and he is present. Mr. Evans, may I see your face, please?
How do you turn this on?
Hold on. I sent you a prompt. It should help. Did you see something pop up on your screen? There you go. All right. So, Mr. Cornell.
Good morning, Judge. We worked out a negotiated plea with Ms. Hagler, and I've discussed that with Mr. Evans, and we're going to go ahead and entering that this morning.
All right. Mr. Evans, is the state ready on the plea?
Yes, Your Honor, state is ready.
All right, Mr. Evans, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. You got to unmute, sir. There you go.
Can you hear
All
me?
right. Yeah, but now your video's gone.
Oh, that's weird.
It's like every time you have video, you don't have sound. All right. Do you see something that looks like an old-fashioned microphone? Because we can't hear you. We can only see you.
I see the microphone, but it's red, but it
There
makes
you
me
are.
go to the.
Okay. All right. Wait. Now you've lost video again. Okay. Okay, say something, Mr. Evans. Okay, yeah, you're still muted. Okay, don't touch anything. That's perfect. Say something.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So do you
Okay.
solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Marquis Evans, 2024 CR 01763. You're represented by Jason Cornell, who is your attorney, is here with you on the video court. You're charged with avoiding security and disorderly conduct. Mr. Cornell, how does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, I believe the state is going to either dismiss or merge the disorderly conduct charge. He's just going to be pleading guilty to avoiding security.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to count one, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about April the 16th of 2023, Officer F as in Frank Shelley, SHELLY, was dispatched to 870 Spine Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30337, specifically at Gate A as in Apple 10. Pursuant to the police report, the defendant opened a side protected door and entered a secured unauthorized area. The defendant then ran up the ramp level stairwell in an attempt to catch his flight. Once brought back to the unsecured area, the defendant then began to slam the ticket counters and call the Delta ticket agent a bitch in the presence of minors. When asked to calm down, the defendant continued to be aggressive towards the Delta staff. At that time, the defendant was arrested, and the event did occur in Clayton County, Georgia. For count 1, Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve, 1 day, community time served, balance probated, 40 hours of community service. The defendant is to have no further violations of the law and to not return to the incident location unless for official business. And the conditions can terminate upon completion. And then for count 2, the state's going to not.
Okay.
And those are the terms as we understand them, Judge.
All right. Mr. Evans, what was going on that you had to make those people's lives crazy? Think about this. I just want you to think about this for a minute. All day, every day, they're bringing flights in and taking flights out all day, every day. And on each of those flights, there's about 250 people that they have to deal with. And usually the flights are not on time, or people are scrambling to get from one flight to the other. People are running up late. They're trying to change tickets. They want to upgrade their seats. These are all things that go on every 20 to 30 minutes when they're doing flights. And so this is what they're dealing with, not to mention the security issues that they have to be aware of, because we've had way too many issues in the past of security breaches. And I watched, the last time I flew, I watched a group of people come up from the tarmac, and each of them had a security badge. And what they did was, it was about 10 of them, but each of them stood on the platform, would badge in individually. The door would close behind them, and then the next person would badge, come through the door, close the door behind them. Now, they were all standing there together. One person could have come in, and they could have all come in together, because that would have made sense in the logical mind. But from the standpoint of people with a job that involves security and things that they have to be mindful of, every one of them knew they had to individually badge in for security purposes. Now, with all that being said, what was so important on that day that you had to make somebody's life miserable?
Your Honor, first of all, let me apologize for my conduct. It was definitely something that should have been avoided and should have been avoided. So I apologize for the inconvenience of even having to take your time today in dealing with this, and as well as the district attorney and my attorney, who's done a great job, by the way. It wasn't intentional. I make no excuses. At the time, I was beginning to get on some psychiatric help, because I've had a childhood history of it, and there was a period where I haven't taken it since 16, 17, and people were complaining, and I'm losing jobs, and it was denial. And so I finally came to the point where because I was a kid, I didn't want to take medicine. I didn't understand it. But, recent mental health things have come about, and it just let me know, it's normal. I'm not the only one that feels like it. So I got some help. But at the time, it was new medication, and one of them was Adderall, and one of them was
You don't have to tell me about your medications. I just wanted to understand.
But it was just the fact that it was a new medication, and the medications, because it was new, they were trying them and they didn't work. And what happened was it caused me to have like a psychosis is what they call it, and where I was, I guess, paranoid and kind of like imagining things, I guess they wanted, as you can say. And so it wasn't intentional. I was definitely, I paid for it. My psychiatric assistant Karen, Kirsten Moso, she gave me a new medication, and it's been working since, and I haven't had any issues since. And
Well, I tell people all the time that when you're dealing with any kind of illness that requires medication, medication is trial and error, because they're going to try something. If it works for you, great. If it doesn't, then you got to go back to the drawing board. That's number one. But number two is, just like diabetes or hypertension, if you have a condition that requires you to maintain your medicine schedule, to make sure that the medicines are working for you, that you are taking them, there's no shame in having to treat an illness. So I don't want people to ever think that there's any shame in you're getting treatment for whatever illness you have. Everybody's got something.
Yeah.
Everybody's got something. And so the taking care of yourself part, the being compliant part, that's the part that makes life a lot easier, because we see now what can happen when you're not. And I tell you, Mr. Evans, I'm glad that it stopped where it did, because as we know, with airports and the security levels and the things that we deal with on a daily basis with respect to security, it could have been much worse. And so we're glad that this is the lesson that not only are you learning from, but other people can.
Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Evans. I'm going to accept your plea. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 1 day credit for time served. The balance will be probated for you to do those 40 hours of community service. If you can help and do some good in the community, that is much appreciated. And once you have completed that, your probation will suspend as long as you do not go back to Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport unless you have a ticket for travel or business at the airport on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Miss James. She's our probation expert, and she's going to speak to you about probation. She's going to explain how it works. She's going to answer any questions that you might have. And then once you have finished speaking with Miss James, then you don't have to come back to this room. Okay. She's going to give you all the information that you need going forward. And all you have to do is turn in your 40 hours of community service. And upon doing that, your probation will suspend. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No problem. All right. And thank you for being candid, because I think a lot of people need to hear that, because I think a lot of people don't deal with things because they, have a little bit of a shame about a stigma or something, but that's not the case. We want to make sure that everybody has what they need. Okay. So I'm going to put you in breakout room number 6. You're going to speak with Miss James, and once you're finished speaking with her, then you'll be free to go. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Clayton.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
You too, sir. All right. So Mr. Cornell is excused. Mr. Evans, you should get the invitation to go into the breakout room. He has. All right. So we're on to the jail calendar. The only thing remaining on the arraignment calendar is the Brown case. Mr. Taylor is speaking with Mr. Brown at this time. Okay.
Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
Oh, okay. Do you have an announcement on Brown?
Yes, Your Honor. We're entering a no-low plea to the no insurance charge. And
Okay. Mr. Brown, come on up. I looked at our, it's not about the numbers. It really isn't, but for some reason, I almost never look at the reports, but I did look at the report from our state court clerk this past week. And for September, we had the highest numbers on civil and criminal case closings.
Okay.
So we're moving cases, people, and we're helping folk get their lives back. All right, Mr. Brown, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown, you can put your hand down. So you're before the court on case 2022 CR 00133 for no insurance. You're entering a plea of nolo. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And sir, if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about December the 10th of 2021, while at the red light at Terra Boulevard and South Main Street, Clayton County, Georgia, Officer Ella Kiribola, I think I probably mispronounced that. I'll spell it Kirillob as in Victor A, was doing a random tag check when the defendant's tag came back with no insurance. Upon checking the Georgia DDS, it was confirmed that the defendant did not have a valid insurance on his vehicle. At that point, a traffic stop was conducted and the defendant was given a traffic citation. Your Honor, at this time, the state's recommendation is a fine of $200.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, anything on behalf of Mr. Brown?
Only that we'd request 30 days for Mr. Brown to pay the fine.
Okay, just 30. He does, I can give him 60 if he needs it.
60 would be better, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Brown, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo. I'll send you to pay a fine in the amount of $200. It's going to be $298 with the surcharges. I'll give you 60 days in which to pay. You'll come back here to the second floor of this building and you'll go to the traffic court window to pay, but you're going to go there today in order to get your paperwork. So when you leave the courtroom, go down one floor. When you come back through the double doors, go to your left till you get to the traffic court window. And once you get to traffic court, they'll pull up your paperwork by your last name. Please make sure that you pay attention to the timing. You need to pay on or before the 60th day, and you don't want to leave it to the last minute. If you fail to pay by the 60th day, an arrest warrant could issue for failure to complete a suspended sentence. Do you understand? All right. Thank you, sir. And sir, insurance, if you're going to drive a car, insurance is essential. It is just like having a license. You need it. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So the jail calendar, I'm going to go ahead and call it first before we start doing any of the things so we can have announcements on the jail calendar, and then we'll move forward from there. Okay. First is Eddie Conrad Adams Jr. This is a petition. And we also have a second one. So I guess Mr. Adams has two cases. They're going to be on the same petition, is my understanding.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity to speak with him, Mr. Taylor?
Your Honor, Mr. Lynch spoke with him yesterday, I believe.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's contesting. I'd like to bring him out because based on the recommended revocation.
Okay. All right. So hold on a second before we bring anybody out. Let's go ahead and run through the calendar. Agwu, Richard Agwu, that case is closed and that makes it a petition. Have you had an opportunity to speak with Agwu?
Your Honor, this is not a probation matter. I believe this is closed because the matter has been transferred to Superior Court.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I see the TSU now.
Yes.
All right. So Agwu is closed. It's no longer ours. Ephraim, Riano, Alvarez.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lynch spoke with Mr. Alvarez earlier this week, and I believe that's a plea today for both cases.
Okay.
And I apologize for these announcements. Mr. Lynch had a family emergency.
Okay, no problem.
That's one word.
Dorian Nehemiah Brown.
I believe Mr. Brown is out to bond at this time.
All right, Deputy Brown's not up.
No, he's not.
Okay. All right, Caffey, Thomas Henry Caffey. So, Mr. Caffey, is my understanding we were waiting on, was it a mental health
I
eval?
wanted to see how he was doing. We did reset it one jail calendar. Had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Caffey this morning, and it appears he's regressed. I was unable to communicate effectively with him, which I was the last time he appeared in court on the case where he has the probation violation. So it looks like he's gotten worse, and we're going to request a mental health eval.
Is he taking any meds in the jail?
I can't get him to communicate to that point.
Okay, all right, because they may not have his medicine, they may not have his prescriptions or his schedule, so they may not be medicating him.
It doesn't appear so because he was not lucid today.
Okay. Oh boy. Carter, Shanteri Carter. This is a petition.
Your Honor, I haven't spoken with Ms. Carter. I need a moment. If you'd like to bring it out, I believe, has Ms. Chang presented her with the recommendation?
Yes, I emailed the recommendations yesterday.
Yes, so I haven't had a chance to present that to her yet.
Okay.
However, based on the recommendation, which would allow her to regain her freedom, we anticipate that she's going to accept.
Okay. So, Dumas, Gregory Rashim Dumas.
Mr. Dumas, I believe he's out to bond.
Okay. Christopher Frisbee.
Your Honor, I anticipate a no-low plea.
Graham, Howard Leslie Graham.
Your Honor, this case is actually in the process of being transferred to the Superior Court. The incident happened inside of the jail, so that should be transferred this week.
All right, so we'll transfer. Christopher Jackson.
Yes, Your Honor. I anticipate a no-low plea to this matter. Mr. Lynch spoke with him.
Okay. Keith Bryant Johnson.
And that will be a guilty plea.
Amanda Nicole Moulder.
Your Honor, we have not been appointed to that case. I have not spoken to Ms. Moulder, but these do appear to be 2 traffic violations. I don't know if she has any other further.
Well, so she's on the arraignment calendar for November 21st. So I'm not sure why she would have been arrested on these. It's too fast for conditions and speeding. So it sounds like there's something else going on.
She wasn't arrested for it, Judge. She appeared on your calendar, your traffic calendar, but we don't have a holding cell in 205. So I just told them to put it on this calendar.
Oh, she was already in for something else.
She was in for something else, and she was scheduled to be on our traffic calendar last week. And so because there's no holding cell, I said that she needed to be seen on these without getting a FTA.
Okay, and then they just reset her to the November traffic calendar too. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so Mr. Taylor, if you can ask if she needs assistance. If not, then she can come out and we'll talk to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because yeah, the one should merge speeding and too fast for conditions. All right, Oliver.
And Your Honor, I do have an announcement. This case is also in the process of being transferred as well to Superior Court.
Oh yeah, this looks like one of those what you call it? Get the What the children do now? The street racing?
Yeah.
A lot of charges. All right. Sterling Ochebe Pate.
Yes, Your Honor, that will be a guilty plea.
Okay. Reed, Serenity Reed.
That is, it's a plea this morning, Your Honor. I'm not sure if it's a no-look plea or a guilty plea.
Okay.
Mr. Lynch spoke with him, but we do anticipate a plea.
Richardson, Cameron, LaRae Richardson.
That will be a no-look plea to both cases, Your Honor.
Well, that might have to be non-negotiated. I won't be setting a no-lo for that. So I have to non-negotiate on that one.
Okay, let's look at that one. Robin Lee Saxon. So I have, this is a motion to seal.
Your Honor, it's in the courtroom.
Okay. All right.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Saxon.
Yes.
All right, so Ms. Saxon, you're seeking to have this sealed. Has the state seen this motion?
The state has, and the state would just ask that the court grant Ms. Saxon's request to seal.
All right, so that Ms. Saxon will go ahead and grant that motion and get an order out to you. Ms. Powell, we have an order for that.
I'd have to check to see if there's one already, but I can get one over to you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, so Ms. Saxon, we'll get this signed. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask a question? Will the order also have it where it's removed from Clayton County's website?
Yes, ma'am. So that's what the order to seal is going to do. What I say to everybody is, I don't understand the clerk's process, but she's really efficient. She does what she needs to do to make sure that it doesn't come up on an electronic record search. But as the internet does its own thing, just be mindful that it's gonna take a minute for it to get off our records, and it may still show up for a minute. So, but she is as efficient as she possibly can be with these motions to seal. So it will not show up on our electronic searches.
And one other question.
Yes, ma'am.
How long do you think until I would get the order my professional licensing? I need to apply again before November 30th.
Oh, we'll get you an order out. We'll probably get it out today or tomorrow, maybe 3 days, maybe. Do we have your email address? Because we can email you a copy.
You do. It's on my my brief and my
your email address is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then that works. So once we file it, we'll go ahead and email you a copy.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor. And
no problem, ma'am.
I just want to say this has been a long time coming, and I am just so happy that you just don't know. I want to scream right now.
I can imagine.
20 years.
What do you do? Are you a nurse?
Say what?
Are you a nurse?
No, I'm a private detective and a process server. You probably see some documents come across your desk. So, but I'm just happy that I'm able to get this behind me.
Sounds good. I'm proud of you because I'm looking at your record and knowing that I'm entertaining a motion to seal. That means you haven't had anything since this happened. So congratulations on that.
20 years now.
Good job.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Take care, Ms. Saxon.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Sierra Shantel Telfair.
Your Honor, Mr. Lynch spoke with Ms. Telfair. I don't know what the resolution to that, if she accepted the state's or the probation office's recommendation on that. I would just ask to speak to her before we proceed. She may.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
no problem. And the Walker, Isis Oceana Walker. So she has 2 cases. There's an SSD pending. So both of them are for the Ms. Chang for a petition, and then she also has an SSD.
Based on the SSD, well, I have not spoken to her. She may be brought up.
Okay.
Ms. Chang, did you provide a recommendation for her? I'll have to take a look at that.
All right, so I know that it's easier for the deputy to deal with either all males or all females at a time. So y'all work that out and let me know what is the best course of action, and then we'll go down that road, okay? Wilson, Joseph DeMond Wilson, we were waiting. There's a petition, but we were waiting to do a global on this. So his next case has come up. So we'll be able to handle both of those today.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, Mr. Lynch spoke with Mr. Wilson. I will find out whether he is choosing to enter a plea and also to stipulate or accept the state's recommendation, the probation.
All right. So let me know if it's easier to take the pleas that we already have and then do some more talking, or did you want to talk and just go all through them? Because I understand, are you working by yourself today?
No, Your Honor. I have assistance today, but I think going through and taking the pleas first would be.
Okay. Yes. All right, and then that'll work. All right, so if we want, we can start with Alvarez. Just give me a second while you get the people up.
Okay. You spoke to Mr. Winchester, or these? Okay.
All right, Mr. Alvarez, raise your right hands for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true? All right, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Ephraim Alvarez for criminal trespass and giving false name, address, or date of birth. You can put your hand down, sir. Case 2024 CR 07537. Mr. Taylor, how does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, based on Ms. Hagler's information, we are entering a guilty plea. Guilty plea to both cases.
On both accounts?
Yes.
Okay, so guilty to counts 1 and 2, and on case 2024 CR 07707, also charged with giving a false name, address, or date of birth, and false representation of a, false report of a crime. By entering a plea of guilty to counts 1 and 2 on both cases, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Alvarez?
Your Honor, Mr. Alvarez had a question for me. Could I have a brief moment to speak with him?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was looking at a copy of the police report with Mr. Alvarez.
Yes.
And on the second case, CR 07707, he is charged with giving false name. And I would just ask that the solicitor look at the name that he gave the officer. So I'm trying to understand the basis for that charge.
Okay.
Well, pursuant to the, it should be given false information, which would have been a date of birth. Let me see what the accusation says. Yeah, the accusation says giving false name, address, date of birth.
False name, okay.
Yeah, it's accurate.
So the first one was false name and the second one was false date of birth?
The first one was false date of birth. Count 2 on that case is false report of a crime.
Okay.
I understand now, false date of birth, not false name.
Right, but when I announce it, I usually say false name, address, or date of birth.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Hagler.
You're welcome.
All right. So by entering pleas of guilty on both cases, to each count, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself if you are not a United States citizen. A plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Alvarez? All right, thank you. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Regarding case ending in 07537, on or about December 28th of 2023, Officer K, last name Lamb, L as in little, AM, of the Mara Police Department, responded to dispatch regarding a suspicious person attempting to break into 6269 Harbin, H as in happy, AR, B as in boy, IN, Harbin, Woods Drive, Moore, Georgia, 30260, Clayton County. Upon Officer Lamb's arrival, he spoke with the complainant, name Luis, Luis, middle initial F as in Frank, last name Corral, Corral, who informed Officer Lamb that that an individual had tried to gain access into his residence through the right side door. The door was locked at that time, so the defendant wasn't able to enter. Upon inspecting the side door, Officer Lamb found no evidence of physical damage. However, Mr. Corral still expressed his desire to file a police report. While in his patrol car and drafting a police report or incident report for Mr. Corral, the victim approached Officer Lamb and reported that the male suspect was in his backyard, attempting to gain entry. At that time, Officer Lamb went to the backyard immediately and observed the defendant attempting to leave the scene. At that time, Officer Lamb did issue commands for the defendant to stop and detained him for further investigation. During questioning, the defendant identified himself as Israel, Israel, Ocaranza, Ocaranza, providing an unknown date of birth and claiming to be working on a nearby property. Upon arrival of Lieutenant McFadden, several attempts were made to obtain accurate identification from the defendant, but to no avail, prompting them to use the department's fingerprint scanner. And then the scan revealed that the defendant's true identity was Ephraim A. Alvarez. For count one, Your Honor, the state's offer is 12 months to serve, 30 days, credit for time served, balance suspended. And the defendant is to not return and to stay away from the incident location. Again, 6269 Harbin, Harbin, as in boy, In, Woods Drive, Morrow, Georgia, 30260. And then for count two, 12 months to serve, 2 days, community time served, balance suspended to run concurrent. For case number ending in 07707, pursuant to the probable cause affidavit that was completed by Officer S, as in Sam, last name Stewart, Stewart, on or about September the 18th of 2024 at 2018 Lake Harbin Road, Morrow, Georgia, Clayton County. The defendant was walking down Lake Harbin Road and Heritage Run, again in Morrow, Georgia, when he made a phone call to Clayton County 911 Dispatch Center stating that a person was shot near 2018 Lake Harbin Road. According to the probable cause affidavit, the defendant reported to dispatch that he would be wearing an invisible suit. Upon the officer's investigation, the defendant reported that a person had been shot, but there was no evidence of a crime being committed. Also, on that day, Your Honor, the defendant gave a date of birth of 8/15/1995 that did not match the other information that the defendant provided. Upon running the defendant's name and date of birth, officers found that the defendant's true date of birth was 8/19/1995. And at that time, they were able to positively identify the defendant. For count one, Your Honor, a fine of $100, and for count two, a fine of $200.
All right, does Mr. Alvarez, Taylor, does he have the means to pay?
Yes, Your Honor, he does. Upon release, he'll have the means.
How much time is he gonna need to pay? 60 days?
60 days would be sufficient, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Alvarez has a bond that he posted, which is a cash bond, so he can get refund of that when he's released from jail. He may want to apply that money to his fines and fees. So Mr. Alvarez, before you leave the jail, ask about refund of your bond when you're checking out. And then once you get refund of the bond, you can apply that or, to your fines and fees if you choose to do it that way. but your fines and fees, $100 on count one is going to be $151.50. Count two is a $200 fine. It's going to be $298. And you'll have 60 days in which to pay. When you come back to this building to pay your fines and fees at 9151 Terra Boulevard, the Justice Center, you're going to come to the second floor. You're going to go down the hall to your left to the traffic court window. So if you don't know anything else, just the Justice Center, and you want to get to the traffic court window, okay? All right, don't forget to get the refund of your bond.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
You're welcome. All right, Mr. Alvarez, take care, please.
So God bless you. Thank you. I'm sorry.
All right, next. Mr. Taylor, you ready to continue?
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, who's next?
And, next person, who's the next person up available? Your Honor, just the next person on the calendar.
So the next person I have is Carter, but I think you had to speak with them. So then after that is Frisbee.
Miss Carter is ready to proceed.
Okay. One moment. All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 0439369, Shamiko Shanteri Carter. You're before the court on a petition for revocation of probation. You were before this court on case 2021 CR 04369 on the 5th of August, 2024 for failure to yield the right of way when turning left and reckless driving. You have 9 months and 17 days remaining on probation. It says that you failed to avoid injurious and vicious habits. You tested positive for cocaine on August 20, 2024, and you failed to complete your clinical evaluation. All right. What's the recommendation from the state?
Your Honor, probation recommends that 8 days be revoked, credit for time served since September 30th, return to probation under the same conditions, to complete a clinical evaluation by October 31st.
Is she doing Narcotics Anonymous?
No, Your Honor, I don't believe that was part of the original order.
Okay, so we're gonna add one Narcotics Anonymous or Alcoholics Anonymous class per week.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so, Mr. Taylor, on behalf of Mr. Carter, Ms. Carter.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll stipulate to the factual basis and accept the court's updated recommendation along with the evaluation by October 31st. And the Alcoholics or Narcotics Anonymous 1 week for 1.
So, Ms. Carter, what's going on?
Well, I guess I didn't have time to get out my system.
Okay, how long have you been using cocaine or drugs in general?
About a year.
So, longer than a year. Nobody goes straight to cocaine, man.
No.
What's going on?
About a year before this.
This time is what you're telling me. Okay, so during your period of sobriety, how did you get sober?
How did I get sober?
Yeah.
First, I've been hit by a car, so I was being hospitalized. And just a lot of things, counseling and stuff. Things of that.
So,
but I have been hospitalized. I'm mental health now. I get hospitalized quite often.
okay. So do you have, are you in a treatment program or do you have somebody who helps you manage your health?
My mental health?
Yes,
Yeah, I go to 10 Park, Grady Place.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, and I have a psychologist. I have 2 psychologists in other clinical aspects.
Okay, so if you have 2 psychologists, can we get the clinical evaluation done through one of the people that you already?
I was scheduled to go to 10 Park, but I got locked up.
Okay.
I had did a urine test, and then I got locked up a month later when I came to do my probation check-in.
Mm-hmm.
I missed my evaluation, but I had scheduled one. So by the next time I come to her to visit her, I will have my papers stating I have had that done.
Okay.
10
So
Park.
do you have children?
No, they're grown.
Okay. Are you holding down a job?
I'm disabled. I get a mental health check every month.
Okay. All right. And so you have a stable place to live.
It's SDI. Yes, I have my own place to live. I've been on SSDI for 12 years.
Okay.
Depression, schizophrenia, and bipolar.
All right. So now you know cocaine is not a substitute for the medicines that they give you in under your treatment conditions, right?
Yeah, I do.
All right, so ma'am, I'm going to accept your information. I'm going to send you to 8 days revoked credit for time served. The balance will, you'll return to probation. You'll do your clinical evaluation on October 31st. You'll have, included in that, in the other conditions, you'll go to Narcotics Anonymous 1 time per week. And I've allowed your current clinical your healthcare providers, either your psychologist or psychiatrist, whoever you're seeing, can do the clinical evaluation and submit that information. Okay. All right. So Ms. Carter, you can't get healthy without you being involved. You gotta realize that the cocaine, while it may help in the short term, is not going to help you in the long term, okay? And if the medicines that you're taking from your provider aren't working, then talk to them about what it's making you feel like. They're coming out with new medications all the time and new clinical and treatment protocols, okay? So if it's not working for you, don't just try and do it yourself, all right? Okay, you can go back with the sheriff's office.
And Your Honor, if I may give her her next appointment.
Ms. Carter, here's your next appointment, okay? Make sure you attend.
Ms. Carter, if you'll report this Thursday, October the 10th at 9:45 a.m.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Well, can you make it one day after that or the day before? Because I have a pain clinic. I have to be there at 9 on the 10th. I'll flash.
I didn't hear you. You need another time?
She has a conflicting appointment at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, some kind of medical thing on the 10th at 9.
Okay, so
Can she do it like at 2 or something? I'm sure to come.
yes, just come in after 1:30, between 1:30 and 3 o'clock.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carter. Thank you, Ms. Chang. All righty, who's next, Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Frisbee? Or female? Your Honor, if we can bring out Miss Moulder.
Okay, that's fine.
Ms. Moulder,
Ms. Moulder, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. 1 second. You're before the court on 2 offenses, traffic tickets, 2024 TK 15474 and 2024 TK 15475. The first is for speeding 21 to 25 over the limit, and the second one is for too fast for conditions. Mr. Taylor, what is your client pleading to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, we intend to plead nolo, but we wanted to ask the court or the prosecutor, do these occur on the same incident as one would merge with the second?
They occur on the same day.
Okay. And the sentence recommendation, Ms. Hagler?
I can do a fine of $100 for case ending in 15474, and I can now cross case 15475.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler. We are a nolo plea to the 15474, which is the speeding offense.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Moulder, you're before the court. You've raised your right hand. So you're before the court on 2024 TK 15474 speeding, entering a plea of nolo. Case 2024 TK 15475 will be no pros. By entering the plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis, please. Recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. For case one ending in 15474, on or about July 22nd of 2024, Officer Uriah, Uriah Pickens, did issue the defendant a traffic citation for speeding. The defendant was going 68 miles per hour in a 45 miles per hour zone. The officer used his calibrated LiDAR to make that determination. Also on that date, the defendant also received a ticket for too fast for conditions. For a case ending in 15474, the state's offer is a fine of $100. And for case ending in 15475, the state's going to not process that case, Your Honor.
Okay. Is she gonna be out anytime soon?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Is she gonna be out soon so that she can actually pay the fines and fees?
My understanding was the fine was to be suspended, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that's
How long is
correct. I mean, she will not be.
Okay, so it'll be credit for time served in lieu of the $100 fine.
Thank you.
All right, you can go back with the sheriff's office, ma'am. Who's next?
Your Honor, Serenity Reed.
Okay. All right, Ms. Reed, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
So you can put your hand down. You're represented by Attorney Taylor, who's with you on case 2024 CR 07709 for simple battery, family violence, and simple battery. Mr. Taylor, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, that's guilty.
I'm sorry?
Your Honor, nolo.
Okay, to both? To which one? Because the other one should merge.
To the count one.
Okay.
That's right. This merges into that.
Oh, okay. My bad. I'm sorry.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo to count one, you give up the right to have trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
That's basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about September the 14th of 2024, Officer R.A. Cowell, Cowell, responded to 241 Falcon Drive, room number 245, which is also known as the Economy Hotel, Forest Park, Georgia, Clayton County 30297, in reference to a disturbance. Throughout his investigation, it was determined that the defendant did commit the act of simple battery when she intentionally made physical contact with the victim. R is the first name, last name Kimball, Kimble, by striking him multiple times with her right hand with the closed fist and grabbing his hooded shirt with her left hand. Officer Cowell did not observe any markings on the victim, Mr. Kimball. There was a witness to the altercation inside the room. T. Porter, Portr, stated that she did observe the defendant strike the victim multiple times. At that time, the victim and the defendant did have been living together at the Economy Hotel for 2 months. Your Honor, the state's recommendation for count 1 is going to be 12 months probation, a fine of $300, 40 hours of community service for the defendant to complete the Family Violence Intervention Program, and to not have any violent or harassing contact with Rex, R-E-X, Rex Kimball.
Okay.
And then count 2 is going to merge.
All right, Mr. Taylor, how old's your client?
I'm 21.
Okay, who's Rex Kimball?
My child's father.
How old is Mr. Kimball?
He's 37.
How old is your child?
I'm pregnant right now.
Why?
Ma'am?
Why?
He was I was homeless during the time. He was supposed to help me get back on my feet. And
I kind of got this, that is the situation, Miss Reed, but by being pregnant again, you know, you're digging yourself in deeper.
this is my first time being pregnant, Your Honor.
You said that he was your father of your child? You mean this child? You don't have another child?
No, ma'am.
Correct, Your Honor. She's currently pregnant with her first child.
But that still digs you in deeper. Had you gotten out of the situation of being homeless?
Yes, my parents told me I can move back with them.
Are they gonna let you move back in with them now with the child?
Yes, ma'am. They just told me to do better.
Okay, so Miss Reed, look up for me. You can look at the big screen if you want to see me, but you see me? I'm waving my hand. Okay, so this is the issue. You're 21 years old. You have a child with somebody who's considerably older, who predator comes to mind, but he ain't here for me to fuss at him because you were in a vulnerable situation. But the issue is that your parents are gonna let you come back and stay with them. There's a couple of things you need to know. It is hard for adults to share a home together because everybody wants to be in charge and everybody wants to be an adult. But you have to understand, your parents are going to have certain rules that they, are going to observe, that, they're going to expect certain things. Don't go there thinking that you're just going to lay up and not do anything but take care of your baby, because you're going to have to contribute to the household. You understand? And whether that's working and putting some money into the household, or whether that's cleaning and making sure that, it's less of a burden on your parents. Don't expect that your parents are going to take care of your child. You talk to them and ask them if you need childcare. Don't just assume that because they're going to be grandparents, that that's a role that they want to take on. You have to respect that they have their lives and they raised you. So bringing a child into the house, that's not their responsibility. You got me? As a mother, it is important that you know that the how well your child does in life is really dependent upon how well you do. And so at 21, you need to make sure you start thinking about what you're going to do to become an income producing person in life. Like, are you going to go back to trade school? Are you going to do hair? Are you going to do HVAC? Are you going to go to college? Are you going to get some kind of certificate? Are you going to get a job doing something where you can have a stability for your child? You understand? Yeah. I get the situation with Mr. Kimball and why that might have been a situation when you're homeless and you're looking for help. Sometimes people take advantage of that. But what I say to you is, don't think that just because, you know, you needed his help at that time, that you have to continue to depend on that. You got to figure out how to get yourself on your own 2 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Because your child deserves that. And here's another secret I'm gonna tell you. You don't have to have a baby again right now if you don't want to. There are condoms are cheaper than child support or child care. You got me? Okay. So I say these things because I see the situation in the bigger picture. And what I don't want to happen is 5 years from now, you come back before me for something, and the next thing I know, you got 5 kids and you're going from pillar to post trying to depend on other people to take care of you and your children. All right? Okay. So I'm going to accept your plea of nolo. Count 1, count 2 will merge. I'll send you to 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $300, 40 hours of community service. I'm going to sentence you to an anger management program, which is a little bit easier than the family violence intervention program. Okay. And if you're unable, if you don't currently have a job and you're unable to pay the fines and fees, your probation officer can talk to you about doing additional community service as opposed to the fines and fees. And because of the situation you're in, I'm going to suspend the supervision fees for probation, okay?
Thank you.
All right, now, Ms. Reed, trust me when I say that the situation is not impossible, but you have to start thinking about what you're going to do to prepare yourself to be, you know, to take care of your child. There are jobs out there where you can have an income, benefits, time off, like sick time and vacation time and things like that. But you got to be responsible on those jobs. And so just make sure that if you're looking for something to take care of you and your child, you're looking for something that you can do in that vein, okay? All right. All right, you can go back with the sheriff's office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, and I'm sorry, you're to have no violent or harassing contact with Rex Kimball. Miss Reed, please don't let Mr. Kimball play in your life, okay? Make him be responsible for his child, even if you got to take him to court, but don't let him play in your life. All right? All right, take care.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, who's next? All right, so raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
She's asking, do you swear to tell the truth? You have to say yes out loud so they can record it.
All right, you can put your hands down. Who's this?
This is Cameron Richardson.
All right, Mr. Richardson, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Cameron LeRae Richardson, and you have two cases. Case 2024 CR 04398 for public indecency, and case 2024 CR 07644 for public indecency. You're represented by Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, do you have any concerns at this time?
I spoke with Mr. Richardson earlier, and he understands the charges against him and our proceedings here today and wishes to enter a plea. Mr. Richardson does have some mental health issues, and he's an outpatient at the Clayton Center, but he does wish to proceed forward with today's matter.
Okay. How old is Mr. Richardson? How old are you?
$34, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Richardson, I guess, had requested a NOLO plea. Is he NOLO eligible?
I would believe so. The two charges are public indecency, one in each case. Is there a circumstance where he would not be NOLO eligible?
No, I'm just saying he hasn't used the NOLO recently for the same or similar.
No, Your Honor, not to my knowledge, unless the prosecution has additional information indicating otherwise.
Well, we're not proceeding on a NOLO, so
No,
is this non-negotiated, Mr.?
Yeah, you don't wish to go forward on a NOLO, but if the court accepts a NOLO, if it's not negotiated, then we can go that way. Yeah, we'll go ahead based on the history and allow a NOLO in this case. By entering a NOLO, Mr. Richardson.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Richardson, can you hear me? By entering a plea of NOLO, you give up the right to have a trial on both these cases. You give up the right to have the state prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Richardson? Mr. Richardson?
Do you understand that you're giving up the right to trial? Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Richardson, I'm gonna need you to speak up a little bit for me, okay? All right, factual basis, and I'll hear the state's recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. For case ending in 4398, on or about May 11th of 2024, pursuant to the probable cause affidavit that was completed by Officer T. Birch, B-U-R-C-H, the defendant did commit the offense of public indecency when the defendant was observed walking down North Avenue in Jonesboro, Georgia, Clayton County, completely nude from the waist down. Regarding the offer on this case, it is 12 months to serve, 11 days, balance probated, 40 hours of community service. And again, the state would just object to any NOLO pleas in this case. Regarding case ending in 07644, again, a second public indecency, on or about September the 2nd of 2024 in Clayton County, Georgia, pursuant to the probable cause affidavit by T. Nard, N-A-R-D. The defendant was observed located at 8140 Terra Boulevard, Clayton County, Georgia. Placing what appeared to be a clear glass-like pipe in his mouth. The defendant also walked behind an unlocked dumpster in public view and urinated. The defendant was advised that he had to was advised to go inside of the business 8140, which is also the Quick Trip. The defendant was advised by officers that he would have to go inside of the Quick Trip to urinate. However, again, the defendant did not comply with that order by the officer. And so for this case, Your Honor, the state's recommendation is going to be 12 months probation, 40 hours community service, a fine of $300, and to not return and to stay away from the incident location. Again, the incident location is 8140 Terra Boulevard, Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236, also known as the Quick Trip.
Taylor, does your client have the capacity to successfully complete probation?
Your Honor, I don't believe he could successfully complete the terms of the probation for paying the fine in the 40 hours, well, the 80 hours combined of community service. I believe he can report possibly via phone. What I would ask the court to consider is for him to continue ongoing treatment at the Clayton Center and possibly report on the status of that treatment to a probation officer.
Does he have someone who can assist him to get off track?
Yes, Your Honor. He has family here in the courtroom today. And I've spoken to them as well. While this is Mr. Richardson's case and he is an adult and in full, currently in full control of he's not under any guardianship at this time. However, he does have family members that are here actively seeking the best outcome for his well-being. And
okay, so
treatment rather than incarceration. He has been in custody 45 days.
Oh, yeah. All right. So, for the family members here to support Mr. Richardson, there's an organization called NAMI, National Alliance for Mental Illness. So NAMI.org, and then there's NAMI Georgia, NAMIGA.org. And that organization really does a lot to assist people, especially family members or friends of people who are adults with mental health illness. Helps you kind of understand what's going on, navigate the situation, get help in a crisis if necessary. So if you all would seek out any help that you need through NAMI, that might help with you assisting Mr. Richardson. Mr. Richardson, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo on case ending in 4398. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 11 days credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you to do mental health management through the Clayton Center or any other assigned medical provider. And you'll check in with the probation office as required to show that you are continuing your mental health management. On case ending in 207644. You'll also be sentenced to probation, 12 months probation, to run concurrent with count one run concurrent with the case ending in 439A. And you'll continue your mental health management and take your meds and report to probation the status of your mental health management. Oh, and I'll waive the supervision fees for you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, as far as the do not return, 10-cent location, are you gonna?
Yeah, and thank you. And you're not to go back to 8140 Terra Boulevard, Jonesboro, Georgia. So whatever, that was the quick trip, I guess. Don't go back to that quick trip, okay, Mr. Richardson?
That's the
Now,
quick Terra Boulevard?
I'm sorry.
Quick trip on Terra Boulevard, correct?
Yeah, 8140 Terra Boulevard. So Mr. Richardson,
I'm just gonna skate right past it.
Okay.
Mr. Richardson, just make sure that you keep in touch with the Clayton Center and you continue your medication management, okay? You're gonna report through probation that you are going to the doctor, that you are seeking out your medications, that you're being medically compliant, okay? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and thank you to the family members who are assisting Mr. Richardson. All right, who's next? All right, who's next?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Ms. Telfair.
Okay, Ms. Telfair, raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand down, ma'am. You're before the court on a petition for revocation of probation 2024 CR 03398. Okay, Ms. Telfair, you were before this court on this case for simple battery on the 22nd day of July 2024, sentenced to 12 months on probation. you have 9 months and 13 days remaining. It says that you committed the new offense of simple battery, criminal trespass on or about 9/26/2024. You failed to document proof of having a clinical evaluation, and you failed to pay your $180 in arrears. Okay, what's going on? Mr. Taylor is representing you. What's going on, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, I see.
No, ma'am. Let's hear from Mr. Taylor first.
Your Honor, I understand that Ms. Telfair's been arrested on new charges, and we will stipulate to the arrest only for these proceedings, and to the lack of fulfillment of the other terms of her probation currently. And we do wish to accept the state's recommendation or probation's recommendation for this violation.
All right, was it the same alleged victim in the case?
That I do not know, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, it's not the same victim.
Can I speak?
Wait, sure.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Since you want to tell me what happened, tell me what happened.
The alleged victim is my little sister. She lied to the police. My mom is a witness and my other sister is a witness. They was not going to arrest me. She went to eviction court that Monday. My mom evicted her, and the judge granted her 7 days to move out. So that Thursday, it was raining. It was the storm, the Thursday and the Friday. Me and my son was there, but it started storming so bad that my mom had to wait a little bit for the rain so we can go back to Fulton County. She ended up locking everybody out the house, my sister. And
out of the house that she was evicted from?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. But the police, because she had 7 days, the Monday was when the marshals was coming. And the day before, they asked, could she stay in my apartment that I have? I have another apartment, a 2-bedroom, 2 baths in Florida. And I told my grandma no, and I told my mom no. And she lied to the police the next day and got me arrested, which the same day I turned myself in on Fridays, which would have been my last weekend. And my mom told the police she was lying, but because she technically was still staying there, they said they couldn't do nothing. And she said she was fearful for her life, but she locked both of us out.
Okay.
Got evicted that Monday, and the day before I was asked by my grandma and my auntie, could she stay in my apartment? And I told them no, because I have an apartment in Florida that's fully furnished, everything. And I said no.
Are you working?
Me? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and my son is in 1st grade.
And your son and everybody's here?
Yes, but I have an apartment in Florida, yes. I don't stay in Florida, but it's through housing. And I had it for over like 3 years now. So my grandma stays, like she goes over there, my dad, but my mom and everybody here is in Atlanta.
Okay.
Over my lease and everything. I have a whole apartment. But it's just for anybody, like one of my family members in need. But,
okay. Yeah. All right. So what's the recommendation, Ms. Chang?
Your Honor, probation recommends that 60 days be revoked. Close the case.
Where's your son?
Right now, he's with my sister. He goes to Love T. Nolan Elementary in South Fulton. That's where I'm at.
So your sister has him?
Sister?
No, my other sister.
Other sister, right, I got that. And so he wasn't privy to any of this? He didn't see any of this?
No, ma'am, because he be with his daddy, his dad, when I turn myself in on Fridays, he goes with his dad in Atlanta.
Okay, all right, and
but my mom heard the police and she was telling the police.
Miss Chang, has she been compliant? I know she's behind in money, but has she been compliant on her probation?
Your Honor, She was serving weekends, but due to medical conditions, she missed 3 weekends, but she was allowed to return to resume the weekends. She had
This was
served
the one that,
5
yeah, you
5 of
sent me
7
the
weeks.
thing.
Yes,
But
we did a
she has,
modification on that.
okay,
So with regard to the clinical evaluation, she hasn't documented proof of that. She stated that she had some sort of an evaluation completed through Anchor Hospital, but she hasn't documented anything.
all
And
right,
then,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, and then the money issue.
Yeah. Ms. Telfair, what's going on with the Anchor Hospital thing?
Yes, when I seen Doctor, when I seen Officer Chang that Wednesday, I went to Anchor Hospital. They recommended me staying in the hospital. They wanted me to come Friday for 7 days to stay in there instead of being an outpatient. So I told them I'd do weekend days, and I was going to not turn myself in, but go Monday. And it's a 7-day program where I have to take changing clothes and everything like that. It's through my insurance. But they wanted me to stay in the hospital and do anger management with therapy. And I got a therapy, Dr. Donna McCullen. I showed her the paperwork, and she does therapy and anger management classes.
Okay.
I do AA. I have a good sponsor teams.
All right, so
Hey, can you get a moment?
45 days?
And Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
For the court's information, the it does have an open terroristic threats charge. That case is not scheduled until October 31st. So she does have an open terroristic threats. And it appears to be from the same victim from a battery case that she has that occurred on May 18th of 2024. So the defendant does have a few open cases. Like I know the terroristic threats is scheduled for October 31st.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I think if we do the 45 days, you'll be back in court by the time the other ones come up. You'll probably still be in. So we'll do that. And then we'll close the case after the 45 days and we'll deal with the other ones coming up. All right. Because I'm concerned that you're gonna have a break in your treatment.
Right. That's exactly everything was said. And either my little sister, I hate to say it, like my mama had a restraining order out on her to get her out this house. She had to do that first, and then she had to do the eviction. So this person, like, I don't know if she's upset that she had to move because she wasn't really sure that my mom was going through with it, but I have my own place. But my mom wanted to see my son because it was raining and stuff and school was out for that week, that Thursday and Friday. So she's gone. The marshals came already to remove that said victim.
All right, so that's what I'll do. Hold on.
My other sister was on the phone and she was telling the police like she's lying, like our sister is lying. And she knew that it was my last weekend.
All right, so I have defendant shall serve 45 days with credit since lockup. After 45 days, the case will be closed. And then we'll see you again with respect to the other stuff. But Ms. Telfair, if when you get out, if we still haven't had court on your remaining cases, go back and go back and do what your doctor has advised you to do. If you need to spend the 7 days, go ahead and do that and then bring that paperwork with you. You understand?
Yes, that's exactly.
I still need you to be compliant with your medical requirements, okay? All right. So you can go back to the sheriff's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next? Mr. White? Was Mr. White in court? You a married man now, sir?
I am.
Look at you. Leave my courtroom and go grow all the way up. Look at you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well, good. How's civil practice treating you?
Terribly.
Yeah, see, I told you. The worst part of civil practice is it takes forever for anything to conclude.
I've noticed.
Yeah, that for me was it. It was just everything took forever to get to trial. Everything took forever to settle. Everything took forever to move forward.
It's been a learning experience, I'll say that.
I'm sure. Well, good. I'm glad to see you.
Glad to see you as well.
All right. Well, I'm excited. All of the birds that have flown from my nest are doing well. And every time y'all check in with me, I feel more and more sure that making y'all do trial after trial after trial after trial is a good thing.
Helps.
Yeah, because I bet you anybody out there, you say, hey, I'm ready to go to trial. They're like, what? Wait, what? Trial? Stop. Just, now calm down. Let's negotiate.
Well, you know me, I'm always ready to go to trial.
I know you are always ready. You are locked and loaded for trial all day, every day. Well, good to see you and congratulations on this new chapter in life.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Take care, Mr. White.
Well.
Good to see you.
All right, I'm ready when y'all are on whatever's next.
We bring out Mr. Frisbee. That's Ms. Walker. She has $1,000. Close to $1,000.
In fines that she hasn't paid.
And
Does it say how much she owes on other things?
what she doesn't, that's just a violation of probation on the reckless driving.
Yeah, I understand. It should be some, because there's a pending SSD, so it should be 35.
Oh, it's on both of them. 5871 is $150.
Oh, no, I thought that was the one case, yeah.
Yes. I'm doing well. I'm Mr. Taylor. We spoke with my partner, Mr. Lynch, yesterday for the family emergencies. Yeah, but just to make sure, we're just fine.
Yes, but
12 months probation, 300.
12 months probation.
$300 fine, 200 on the public front.
Is this a petition or a plea, Mr. Taylor?
This is a plea, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is Mr. Frisbee. I'm saying that wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
September.
All right, Mr. Frisbee, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2024 CR 07814. You're represented by Attorney Taylor from the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis. You're charged with criminal trespass and public drunk. How does your client plead to the offenses before the court, Mr. Taylor?
We wish to enter a no-low plea, Your Honor.
To both or one?
Both counts, criminal trespass and public drunk.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Frisbee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about September the 13th of 2024, Officer Kendall Skeet, SKEETE, responded to a fight at the Chevron located at 222 Upper Riverdale Road, Jonesboro, Clayton County, Georgia. Pursuant to the police report, the defendant did commit the offense of criminal trespass when he provoked a customer at the Chevron with a bottle of alcohol in his hand, resulting in a physical altercation that knocked over multiple shelves, goods, and merchandise all over the floor, damaging some. The damages were determined to be less than $500, and the defendant was in a public place while visibly intoxicated, walking with a staggered step, and emitting a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from his person. These events did occur in Clayton County, Georgia. Your Honor, for count one, the state's offer is 12 months probation, 40 hours of community service, a fine of $300, and to complete anger management. For count two, a fine of $200.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor. We've just asked that the court consider suspending the fine for Mr. Frisbee. He's been in custody 24 days on this offense. However, we do wish to proceed forward with the probation and anger management.
All right. All right, so Mr. Frisbee, how old are you?
21.
How?
21.
Mr. Frisbee, you're too young to even, I mean, first of all, you're just on the cusp of being able to drink legally. You're too young to be out in public being drunk to the extent where you're causing a ruckus. What's going on?
Yes, ma'am. I don't know. I just be going through some stuff, and I don't want to cause no problems for people in the house, so I just walk away and just walk.
I get that, but you know, I don't want you don't get to cause trouble for people because you walked away from the house, but you caused trouble at the store. So, and 21 tells me that you're dealing with a lot. That's too early for somebody to be using alcohol as a way to cope without getting some help. So, Mr. Frisbee, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2. On count 1, I'll sentence you to 12 months probation, 40 hours of community service. I'll suspend the $300 fine for credit for time served. But you're going to take an anger management course, and you're going to do 1 AA meeting per week and show proof of having attended the AA meeting. On count 2, it's a fine of $200. I'll suspend the fine for credit for time served. That'll run concurrent with count 1. Okay, so 12 months probation, 40 hours of community service, and an anger management class, and 1 AA Alcoholics Anonymous class meeting per week, and you're to show proof of having attended. If you fail to do any of these things, most especially if you fail to report for probation, that's the quickest way to get rearrested. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Yes.
Like when I call them, they say sometimes they don't answer. So when they don't answer, I gotta keep calling them until they answer.
Who?
The probation officer.
They may require you to report.
Okay, you're gonna go to probation intake today. They're gonna come see you. So you're gonna come in at the times that they tell you. I don't need you calling them. You need to show up for your probation report.
Okay, so they'll call me.
Huh? Yeah, that's on you. Who else would it be on, Mr. Frisbee?
Nah, I just thought I had to call them.
No, you have to, they're gonna give you time to show up. Like when you meet with Miss James, she's gonna explain the process to you. I think she gives you like an initial show up date or tells you how to get your date to come in. But after that, you don't call them. They got too many people calling them. You gotta show up for your probation reports.
She's going to come talk to you today and tell you when you have to come back and go to the office down the hall.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Frisbee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Frisbee, take seriously. The reason I'm giving you Alcoholics Anonymous meetings is because I see that there's a problem. And at 21, if you don't get a hold of this problem now, alcohol will take you down very quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. You can go back with the sheriff's office.
You understand?
Yes. No. I eat too late.
All right, who's next?
Christopher Jackson, Your Honor. Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson? Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
True.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court for 2024 CR 07959 criminal trespass. Mr. Christopher Jackson, you're represented by Attorney Taylor with the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Taylor, any concerns at this time?
I haven't spoken with Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lynch spoke to him yesterday.
All right, Mr. Jackson, do you understand where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you, Mr. Jackson?
This is Clay County Detention.
Okay. Are you okay? Do you have any questions about what's going on?
Judge. No.
Okay. And you talked to an attorney this week about your case?
Yeah, they'll talk to the attorney.
Okay. All right. So my understanding is Mr. Jackson wishes to enter a plea of nolo. By doing so, Mr. Jackson, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony or evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about September the 17th of 2024, Officer Edward Rabb, R-A-B as in boy, B as in boy, was flagged down by an employee in the Starbucks located at 6234 Spine Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30337. The employee advised that a male was inside the location and wouldn't leave the location. Officer Rabb approached the male they're identified as the defendant and asked him if he had a flight for that day. The defendant stated defendant did not have a flight for that day. Officer Rabb advised the defendant of the laws at the airport. The defendant refused to leave the location. At that time, the defendant was placed in custody. Your Honor, for count one, the state's offer is 12 months probation, a fine of $200, and for the defendant to stay away and to not return to the incident location, 6234 Spine Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30337, unless for an official business.
Okay. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. I heard the state's recommendation. I don't believe Mr. Jackson's a good probation candidate. However, he has been in custody for 21 days. We'd request, Your Honor, for the court to impose a sentence of 12 months suspended upon do not return to the Atlanta airport. I've emphasized to Mr. Jackson that the state and the governor has really cracked down on people going to the airport if they don't have official business, and told him that, so he's aware that they're not going to give him warnings anymore and give him the opportunity to leave. They're just going to immediately arrest him, and he understands that. But he is homeless. That's why I don't feel he's a good probation candidate. Community service and reporting would be difficult.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Jackson, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo. I'll send you to 12 months credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you do not go back to Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport unless you have a ticket for travel on that date. All right. Mr. Jackson, don't go back to the airport, sir. Okay? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm go back to the airport because some actions need to go up and bring him to the jail. Johnson.
All right. Who's next?
Your Honor,
Well,
Chief Johnson.
okay. So I have Adams, Agwu, Pate, Walker, and Wilson left.
Agwu was transferred.
I'm sorry, Agwu. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. So Adams, Walker, Wilson, and Pate.
Pate will be a plea, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we will ask for him to come out next after Johnson. Excuse me.
Okay. No problem. Raise your right hand for me, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2024 CR 07941 for battery and simple battery count 2. You're represented by Attorney Taylor. You're entering a plea, Mr. Johnson, of guilty to battery. Is that correct, Mr. Taylor?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty, sir, you give up the right to have trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, accept testimony, and as you present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about September 21st of 2024, Officer S. Stewart responded to 6620 Cherry, Cherry Court, Riverdale, Georgia, Clayton County. The defendant was helping the victim in this case, Miss Sherry, S as in Sam, Herrie. Bland is the last name, B as in boy, Land, organized her items for a yard sale when he began a verbal altercation that turned physical. The defendant approached the victim and began to punch her in the face and head repeatedly. The defendant was observed in the video leaving the carport where the attack occurred. The victim can be heard screaming for help while in the video. The defendant was assisting the victim with the yard sale and normally has an arrangement to be paid after the agreed work is completed. However, on that day, the defendant was in a rush to be finished and was not satisfied with the statement by the victim in which she told him that if he didn't want to work, he could leave. The defendant attacked the victim, and as she tried to escape and close the door, the defendant opened the door and hit her in the face with it. The defendant also was seen attempting to take money from the victim. When he asked where the money was, the defendant left the scene when he was unable to retrieve the money. Your Honor, based on the observations that the officer observed, he observed a contusion to the right cheek of the victim's face, a black eye, and blood periodically leaking from her nose. There were also several scratches that was also on the victim's left cheek as well. Your Honor, the state's offer is 12 months probation, a fine of $300, 40 hours of community service, anger management. The defendant is to have no contact with the victim. Again, her name is Sherry, S as in Sam, Herrie, last name Bland, B as in boy, Land. The defendant is to also stay away from the incident location, which is 6620 Cherry, Cherry Court, Riverdale, Georgia. And the victim is also requesting restitution. We also are requesting restitution hearing for that piece of it. Count 2 will merge. And also, Your Honor, it's my understanding that the victim is present and would like to give a victim impact statement at this time.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bland.
I think she's logging in right now. You want to give us a few minutes. Just leave a message from our victim advocate. 1 second. And she was on earlier.
Okay.
So we're just waiting for her to log back in.
All right, Mr. Taylor, anything on Mr. How does Mr. Johnson know Ms. Bland?
How do you know Ms. Bland? They'd worked together previously doing yard sales. Your Honor, I understand the state's recommendation. However, I was not aware of a restitution request, and Mr. Bland's not charged with any criminal trespass, property damage, or any theft. He's solely charged with battery in this matter.
What's the property damage? Yeah, I was wondering about that. I just thought she would explain once she came on. What's the restitution based on, Ms. Hagler?
Give me 1 second. Let me confirm with our victim advocate. 1 second, Your Honor. I believe I may know, but I don't want to speak. Okay. So yes, I was correct. It would be for the medical injuries that she sustained and that the officer observed.
Okay.
Did they provide any receipts?
That's why we're requesting a hearing to get copies of those receipts. So, and I did receive another message. She is logging, she is logging back on now.
I'm signing things, just for anybody who might be waiting for something. So I'm signing things, but it's hard to go back and find my calendar again once I sign on my tablet. So, once I'm finished with everything, I'll go back and sign anything that I missed. Is she coming back on?
Yes, ma'am. I did receive a note from my victim advocate saying that she was logging back in. So we'll give her a few more minutes. Yeah, we're not sure why she logged off.
Well, I don't want to hold us too much longer because we still have some cases to get through.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $300. That'll be $444 with the surcharges, 40 hours of community service. You're taking an anger management course. Then you're to have no contact, and you're not to go back to Miss Sherry Bland or her home at 6620 Cherry Court, Riverdale, Georgia, Clayton County. There's a restitution hearing that will be set for another date. Ms. Val, if we could get that set maybe on another Tuesday or so and send notice. So, Mr. Johnson, you're going to meet with the probation intake supervisor. Please make sure that you report to probation as directed. That's the quickest way to get rearrested. Please have no contact with Ms. Bland. If you were to have contact with her in violation of my order, you could be rearrested and serve out the remainder of your sentence in jail. Also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies, including the felony of aggravated stalking, which is punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I understand. And if she reaches out to you, just ignore it. Don't respond.
All right. All right, go back with the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Okay, who's next? We have Adams, Pate, Wilson, and Walker.
I believe Pate should be next, right? Attorney Taylor, is that what you said?
That's what he said, yeah.
Correct, Mr. Pate, I believe they're bringing him out now.
Okay.
And do we have an announcement for Adams? That's a petition.
That was a petition. I will see if he's been informed of the recommendation, I believe, but I'll have to see if he's accepting their recommendation or if he wishes to contest.
Okay. Mr. Pate, raise your right hand for me. you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Pate, you're before the court on 2024 CR 07964 Sterling O'Shea Pate for license not on person, count 1, obstruction of an officer, count 2, seat belt violation, count 3, improper turn, improper signal, count 4, fleeing from police, count 5. What does your client plead to the offenses for the court?
Guilty.
Yes, Your Honor. My client pleads guilty to the charges.
All 5?
Well, Your Honor, to count 1, 3, and 4, we plead no. To counts 2 and 5, we plead guilty.
Okay. All right, by entering a plea of no to counts 1, 3, and 4, and guilty to counts 2 and 5, Mr. Pate, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Pate?
Yes, ma'am.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about November 26th of 2023, Officer K. Mills observed the defendant driving his vehicle with dark window tint while traveling north on Jonesboro Road, Ruskin Drive, Clayton County, Georgia. The officer at that time initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle. The stop was conducted on the ramp of I-285 West and Jonesboro Road. Officer Mills approached the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle and informed him for the reason for the stop and asked for his driver's license. The defendant advised that he did not have a license on his person. The officer asked the defendant to write his name and date of birth on a notepad. The defendant wrote down a name and date of birth that was illegible. At that time, the defendant, Officer Mills asked the defendant to spell his name and date of birth, and he advised of the following: Davana, D-A-V as in Victor, A-N-A, Dunn, D-U-N, with the date of birth, April the 4th of 1996. The defendant also advised that his license was from the state of Georgia. While speaking with the defendant kept advising that he did not want to go to jail. While checking the defendant's name through Forest Park Dispatch, the defendant put the vehicle in drive and fled from the stop, traveling at a high rate of speed on I-285 West. Officer Mills ran the tag of the vehicle, and the tag came back to be registered to the defendant's Pate, date of birth 3/2/1995. The defendant's driver's license picture on file did match the driver that was inside the vehicle, and at that time, the officer took warrants out for the defendant. So, Your Honor, for count 1, is going to be a fine of $10. For count 2, a fine of $300. For count 3, a fine of $15. For count 4, a fine of $100. And for count 5, will be a fine of $1,000, as this is the defendant's first conviction for fleeing.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Pate's been in custody for 35 days. He additionally has a pending case, so this resolution to today's case does not allow him to leave the jail. We'd like for the court to consider that, and that consider suspending the fine for fleeing, because he has served the mandatory 30 days. And the obstruction of the officer appears to be giving a false name, which is, while it's statutory $300 fine for an obstruction, and we are pleading to that. would ask that you consider suspending that fine as well, because Mr. Pate is not going to have the ability to draw any income to pay these fines for.
So Mr. Pate was wanted at the time of the stop?
I don't believe he was wanted at the time of the stop. I believe he was arrested on another charge at a later date, and that's when he became incarcerated in Clayton County. I do know that there's another pending charge or pending case against him in Superior Court.
Mr. Pate, how old are you?
I'm 29 years old now.
Okay, because I'm about to ask Mr. Taylor if he thinks that you have any special issues that the court should take into consideration. Because why, when you are stopped for something simple like window tint, you go away with what could have been 1 or 2 charges, you come away with 5, and it could have been 6. What were you thinking?
At the time, I just had my second child. I had 2 childs back to back. So during the time, my baby mother is not capable just to take care of my child by herself. That's what I was thinking at the time, man.
You were thinking a window tint violation was going to keep you from taking care of your children?
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because the way the officer put me over was.
I discussed the case with Mr. Pate, and discussing the circumstances of the traffic stop, the officer gave an indication that Mr. Pate was going into custody. Whether that was a mistaken belief or not, that's how Mr. Pate was looking at the situation. And because of the newborn children at the time, our newborn child, he made a very, very poor decision. And
Mr. Pate, first of all, you can't take care of children when you're in jail, number one. So you gotta really, as an adult and as a father, and I hope I'm talking a father, a dad, not a baby daddy, a father, somebody who knows if their child is sick, who's walked the floor with them, if they've patted their back, who's been there, if the mama can't be there, you there for the school meetings and stuff like that. That's a dad, that's a father. And so what I'm asking you is to consider going forward. I know you got other charges somewhere, that's not my concern. What my concern is, you need to, at 29 years old, almost 30, and the father of, what I hear, 2 kids at least, start thinking about what it means to be a man and a father and a dad, as opposed to a baby daddy, just out here doing whatever. Because you can't parent from a jail or a prison. You can't. And so when people come up to me and the first thing they tell me is, well, you know, I had my child, my newborn, my kid, they want me to be sympathetic. I, however, have a very hard time being sympathetic because I know how many kids are only being parented by one parent, or they're being parented by grandparents or an aunt or an uncle, because the parents aren't doing what they're supposed to do. So when people come to me in a red jumpsuit or a green jumpsuit and they say, well, you know, I was thinking about my children, and I look at the circumstances, then I really think, were you really thinking about your children? Were you making decisions that would benefit your children? Because when you're in jail and you've been in jail for more than 30 days, that you ain't been able to do nothing. You can't pay for nothing. You can't help with nothing. You can't change a diaper. You can't feed nobody. You don't know if the child still looks the same as when you left. And so what I ask you, sir, is take this time to start thinking about the changes you may need to make in your life and your decision-making process so that you can be a dad, not a baby daddy, not somebody who's absent from your children's lives. And stop racking up kids. Get in a stable situation where you're gonna marry the, you're gonna have children with, and y'all gonna raise those children in a household together and work together for something to benefit all of the people in the household. This whole popping from one person to the next, I got a baby over here, I got a baby over there, that's instability. Kids don't do well in instability. You don't have to have a baby with everybody you sleep with. Condoms are cheaper than child support or child care. Okay? So start thinking like an adult, because this here right here, I'm going, well, why in the world, even if you don't have your license on you, memorize your license number if you're not going to carry it on you. But even if in the situation where he's going to give you a ticket for no license, okay, take the ticket. This foolishness right here could have gotten you hurt. It did get you in jail with a number of charges that you shouldn't have had. Don't make stupid decisions. You got me? You see what I'm saying? Does any of this make sense?
Not at all.
Would you want your son in or your daughter in the position that you're in right now, having made the decisions you made?
Oh, no.
Okay. So start thinking about what it takes to stay out of jail and to be a productive person and to help raise your children. Because it's not enough. I get people all the time who tell me that they have children. It's not enough to just have them. You got to be in the trenches raising them. You got to be doing the homework with them. You got to be going to the school meetings. You got to be doing the little league football and basketball and running from this place to that place. You got to be doing those things. That's what a father, a dad does. You got me? Okay. So, because, all these people come in here and they want to tell me about their kids, and I don't want to hear that unless you're an active participant in your child's life. So the fines are quite extensive. How long are we talking, Mr.? He has something upstairs that he's not dealt with yet?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Because I was willing to suspend fines 1, 3, and 4, but the 300 and the 1,000, I want him to kind of pay those. But if he's not going to get out of jail in time, and I got to hold out 6 months for him to pay the fines and fees, that's just going to be a nightmare of record keeping for probation. All right, Mr. Pate, I'm gonna suspend the fines and fees on 1 through 5 for credit for time served. And this case is closed. But sir, I just ask you to make better decisions. Because at 29 years old, I don't care, what your rep on the street is. Prison ain't a place you want to go. It's just really not. Okay. All right, you can go back with the sheriff's office.
Thank you so much.
All right, so Adams, Wilson, and Walker. Adams, Walker, and Wilson. Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. On Mr. Adams,
Yes.
there's going to be a stipulation and accept on the violation of probation.
All right.
And I believe the same announcement on Miss Walker. So whichever they bring out next.
Okay.
Adams? Yes, this is Mr. Adams, Your Honor.
Yeah, and let's do Wilson last. That way we can do both his cases together and I don't have to switch back and forth on the computer. All right. So Mr. Adams.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. I can't hear you, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't realize my camera was off. Oh, there we go. All right, so Mr. Adams, you're before the court for 2 probation revocation cases, and there are cases 2021. You can put your hand out. 2021 CR 04501 and 2023 CR 06989. You were before this court for DUI 0.08 or 2.08 or more, 21 and over, driving under the influence, open container violation, all of those things on the 10th day of October 2023, and you were sentenced to 30 months on probation. You have 17 months and 25 days remaining, and your sentence was not told. This is your second hearing. So it says that you failed to avoid injurious and vicious habits. You have tested positive for the metabolites of alcohol on August 29th of 2024. You also failed to report on September 19th, 2024 as directed. You last reported on August 29th of 2024 and by phone on September 19th of 2024. You failed to attend your AA or NA meetings at least 2 times per week. You have failed to document proof of completing 240 hours of community service on case 2021 CR 04501 by September 30th of 2024. And you documented 123 hours as of August 22nd of 2024. You have also have an additional 240 hours on the consecutive case of 2023 CR 06989. And you failed to pay your $1,507.50 in arrears. All right, so what's going on, Mr. Adams?
I did complete the 240 hours. I wasn't able to give Ms. Chang my log before turning myself in, but I do have my completion of the first 240 hours. I am really trying to make an effort to, stay away from, alcohol.
Well, have you attended the AA meetings or the NA meetings?
I have, and I also have my, that was something else I was going to turn into Ms. Chang on the 19th. I have, it's 2 classes a week, so that means it's 8 classes a month, I believe. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yes, it's 8 classes a month. I completed 4 that week that I was going to show her. That was emailed to me. I attend class in the mornings and in the evenings. So I had 4 classes to show her. My violation came up, and that's why I called her because I had what I did was I called Ms. Chang that morning because I had a suspicion that I was violated, and I checked the website, and sure enough, I seen that I did have a bench warrant. So I called her just to confirm. She said, yes, Mr. Adams, you do. So I wasn't able to show her the proof of my AA meetings. And as far as the AA meetings, it's very difficult for me. I do the Zoom AA meetings, but it's very difficult for me to get around as far as going physically to a center, for them to document it, like write it down on paper for me to turn in. So I do the Zoom meetings, and sometimes they are very relaxed about, sending me an email as far as confirmation.
Well, Mr. Adams, you can't be relaxed about that. So why can't you get to a meeting that you can walk to or take the bus to?
I stay in Stockbridge. Stockbridge doesn't have, Stockbridge, if you know the area of Henry County, it doesn't have public transportation like, Clayton County or Atlanta does. And what my family does, I've already paid my reinstatement fee. I get my physical license. I literally can get it back on the 14th of this month. All I have to do is go pay my $30 to get my license back.
Well, that is scary to me because you have no control over your alcohol abuse.
I see. This is the thing. It's not. I've actually went a whole 10 months without testing positive for alcohol. I don't believe, I will do the substance. I have no choice, but I will do the evaluation. I don't.
Mr. Adams.
Matter of opinion.
Mr. Adams, let me tell you a little secret. Mr. Adams, let me tell you a little secret. You have 2 DUIs in front of me. And I'm looking at you. And let me just tell you, my 2 favorite uncles, my mom is one of 13. I have 2, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows my 2 favorite uncles are both deceased now. Essentially because of alcoholism, and they were the only 2 in the family who even drink. But alcoholism had such an impact on their health that both of them were deceased very early due to alcohol abuse because it takes a toll on your body. But I'm looking at your lips, sir, and you have the lips of somebody who drinks often. It's one of 2 things. You either smoking or you drinking, and that drinking, that little pink part of your lip where you get it. Yeah, that too. But, sir, just the signs are there. I'm looking at you and I can tell that you're not healthy. And when you say I didn't test positive for 10 months, that just means we didn't catch you drinking. That don't mean that you were sober for 10 months, because by now if you had been attending AA, you would have had a chip to show me, but you don't have any chips to show me. You don't have any coins of completion to show me, any benchmarks to show me, because you in your mind still think that this is an exercise in doing what the court says, not an exercise in getting yourself back on track, because you don't actually believe you're an alcoholic. I'm gonna tell you what I think alcoholism is. It's when you give up the right to direct your own life. When you show up before me now, I think it's been 3, 4, 5 times in an orange jumpsuit, because you've had arraignments and you've had the pleas, and so you've been before me a few times, but this is your second hearing. And you've tested positive for alcohol, knowing you said you had a suspicion that you might test positive. Well, you have more than a suspicion because you knew you drank. I'm not a fan of people kind of like gaslighting me or themselves. I'm a straight shooter. Even my friends will tell you, like, sometimes they don't want to hear me talk because I'm going to tell them the straight, the skinny as I see it. And what I'm going to tell you is you can continue to go ahead and lie to yourself. But I'm going to call it as I see it. You are, as my grandmama would say, a stomped down alcoholic. You cannot control your cravings for alcohol, and you're using it because it's covering up something else that's going on. And I'm fine with that. But what I won't let you do is endanger other people. So you don't get to have 2 DUIs, come before this court, and then come with this line of foolishness where I'm trying to give you the opportunity to help yourself. Go to the AA meetings, do what's required, show up, don't drink. I expect you to drink. So that was the first hearing. But the second hearing, and you're still not doing the AA meetings consistently and showing proof of it, that tells me that you don't think I know what I'm talking about. You're not taking me seriously. And I don't, other than, like I said, there is no shortage of my ability to put you in jail. I gave you the opportunity to kind of get out there and see if you could work it out on your own, but keeping you in jail, shoot, I just let some people out, so I made room. And I don't, because you're not going to take me seriously about this, about your health, about your well-being, about the fact that you're an alcoholic. What part of New York you from?
Brooklyn.
I was born in Brooklyn, Kings County Hospital, all day, every day. PS 198. I can hear it. I can hear the accent. So, sir, yeah, we're gonna have to deal with this because you're too young to let alcohol kill you. One uncle died from esophageal cancer because he was pouring alcohol down his throat for decades. The other one died of probably multiple organ failure because he was pouring out alcohol down his throat for decades. Both of them left here way too early. Great people, wonderful people. So it's not this is not a kick on your character. I mean, both of my uncles, my absolute favorites, but left here way too soon because of alcoholism. And strangely, the other 11 barely drink at all. So, sir, you're going to need to take this seriously. You can't, I got a suspicion or maybe. That because you're just doing that for yourself. You're not doing it for me. I'm clear on what the problem is. I am clear. I'm looking at somebody with 30 months in front of me, who has 17 months remaining, and you're trying to give me a load of bull about how, what all went wrong in the reporting process, as opposed to the you taking it seriously process. Okay, what's the recommendation? Because I am not at this point sure that I'm gonna take it.
Your Honor, this is actually his second positive test. He tested positive for alcohol on May 23rd as well. And we had a hearing on July the 2nd. So this is his second positive alcohol test. Probation recommends that 14 days be revoked, credit for time served. Return to probation on the consecutive case 2023 CR 06989 and close the first case, the 2021 CR 04501, which has actually expired recently. It expired on October 3rd. We're asking that he be drug screened every other week and that he complete a clinical evaluation by October 31st and complete any treatment that's recommended.
Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor. You likely know Mr. Adams better than I do, because I know he's been before the court several times. I would just say that I would like for him to get the credit for the community service hours that he has performed, and also consider that he did turn himself in. I believe it's a small thing, but it is showing that he does intend to take responsibility for his actions and hopefully his ongoing personal health. Between the state's recommendation to have a test every 2 weeks, I think that will keep him at least motivated on a short-term basis rather than a longer-term basis to stay sober, and maybe that will increase the likelihood that he remains sober for a greater period of time.
Mr. Adams, I do, yeah, usually by the time people come in, they really haven't done as much community service as you've done. But you had 240 to do. And my understanding is that your first year has, the remainder of your first sentence has expired. So I do give you credit for the 123 hours that you did. You still needed to do another 100 and some change. But where are you doing your community service, sir?
Habitats of Humanity in Stockbridge. Habitats of
What?
Habitats of Humanity. You know.
Oh, okay. Habitat for Humanity. That's fine. Yeah. I need you to think about when you're gonna get real about your alcoholism. Because you're still resistant to it. And I get that. I get mentally you don't want to admit that you have that weakness or that failing, but I don't want you to see it as a weakness or a failing. There are people who have high blood pressure or diabetes, and if they don't treat it and they don't deal with it, they're going to die or get a leg cut off or lose or go blind because they're not dealing with it. And when you start looking at alcoholism as that kind of situation where you have to be seriously motivated to treat it like a medical issue and to get treatment for it and to be compliant with your treatment. Because otherwise, sir, I promise you, it will take you out. You got people who've been long-time drug users and they still bopping around on stage, i.e. the Rolling Stones. And I'm not saying anything, they haven't admitted themselves, but you got people who are alcoholics who, you know, that liver goes or that kidney goes or you get stomach cancer or esophageal cancer. Any of those things will take you out and take you out painfully and quickly because alcoholism does that to the body. You're too young to let that happen to you without a fight, but you got to fight. And you can't fight if you don't acknowledge that this is a struggle that you have. I mean, you've been here before. You've heard me say this before. This is, I remember your first hearing. I remember telling you, I expect this because you're an alcoholic. All right, so yeah, it's gonna be 30 days revoked. When he comes out, he's gonna return to probation, screen every other report. He's gonna do his clinical evaluation by November 31st. And this is on the case 2023 CR. Was it second? The consecutive case.
06989, Your Honor.
06989, yes.
06989. All right, so Mr. Adams, take it seriously because you don't want to see me a third time.
No, I don't.
Because if you see me a third time, then my only resource at that point is to revoke the rest of it, revoke the remainder, because that'll dry you out, and that's dangerous. To put you in jail and to dry you out hard like that, that's dangerous. It could kill you. I'm just saying. So think about it. Go to the meetings. Remember that every time you pick up a bottle or you take a sip, you're gonna have to talk to me again. We're clear?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to revoke 30 days. After the service of 30 days, you'll return to probation. You'll screen it after every other report. You'll do your clinical evaluation by November 30th. And you'll continue to do the remainder of the probation recommendations. And I do need those Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. So I don't care if you got to walk to a meeting. That's good, healthy exercise. Put a jacket on and get it moving. That'll help clear your head and help your body. I don't care if you got to find ones you can walk to. But you need to start going, and you don't need to go on video. You need to go in person. And the reason you need to go in person is you can walk away from the video screen. I need you in there with warm bodies who can tell you what they're going through and listen to what you're going through. We're clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you can go back with the sheriff's office.
Your Honor, if he'll report to probation in person within 24 hours of his release.
Okay.
All right. So tomorrow, when will I be?
No, sir. I'm sorry. Has he served 30 days?
I was just asking, I believe he served either 14 or 15 days, so it'll probably be another.
No, he got some more time to serve.
Okay. But then the following day, take it out, check in with his chain. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you.
Attorney Taylor, can you please check the chat for me? Courtroom.
Okay. I'll need to speak with Mr. Wilson, and he is the last on the calendar. Your Honor, well, I think you had indicated that for Mr. Wilson, he has a revocation plus a new charge.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he'd be better served by Mr. Lynch, who's spoken with him regarding this. And
that's between you and Mr. Wilson. If you need a continuance because Mr. Lynch was the one who worked it out, that I'm fine with that, but it's Mr. Wilson's going to spend the rest of the time in jail.
I will relay that message to him before we leave today.
Okay. All right, who's next? Ms. Walker?
So I guess, Your Honor, for clarity purposes, is Wilson not moving forward with the probation hearing today? Because I do have witnesses on the line. So if we're not moving forward, then can they be excused or?
Who asked for a hearing?
He did last time.
We called for witnesses, so I'd rather go forward with the hearing. If he doesn't want to take the plea on the remaining case, that's fine. But I'd rather go forward with the hearing.
I'll speak to him after we handle Ms. Walker and let you know.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Seeing this. You haven't taken. They want to.
Okay, Isis Walker, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. Come forward and speak up for me. Come over, move over. All right, you can put your hand down. All right, you're before the court on 2023 CR 07725 and 2024 CR 04331. Isis Oceana Walker, you were before this court for speeding 26 to 30 over, reckless driving on 28th day of June 2024. You were sentenced to 12 months on probation. You have 8 months and 19 days remaining. It is alleged that you have the new offenses of driving on a suspended or revoked license, no insurance, covering your plate, invalid registration, and tinted window violation on 9/27/2024. You failed to report to probation as directed on August 15th and September 15th. You failed to complete defensive driving. You failed to complete community service. You have 40 hours. You documented 0, and you're $540 in arrears. All right, Mr. Taylor, tell me what's going on with Ms. Walker.
Ms. Walker, do you have anything you'd like to share with the court?
Yeah, tell me why you can't get anything I asked you done and you got arrested for some additional charges. Don't talk about the arrest, but tell me why we having trouble with probation.
So I was having problems with probation because to my understanding, I had 12 months to get that done. And then I just relocated back down here. So it kind of slipped my mind. I do take accountability for not completing it. And it's not really an excuse on why I didn't get it complete. So.
No, it's really not. Okay. So we just not gonna do what we're supposed to do. And then we're gonna do more of what we weren't supposed to do to get in more trouble. How old are you, ma'am? You're 20 what?
Yes, ma'am.
20 what?
21, Your Honor.
Oh, 20 stupid. That age where we don't believe in consequences and we just gonna do stuff because our brain hasn't caught up with the fact that there's actual real consequences to our actions.
Oh, no, ma'am.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Because there's not really much you can tell me. You haven't done anything I asked you to do. What have you completed that I asked you to do?
Nothing, but to my knowledge, I had 12 months to get it complete.
Oh, no. See, and that's the fallacy. At 21, you are going to wait to the last month to try to do everything that it would take somebody 12 months to do. No, ma'am, that's just not smart thinking. Why would you wait for your whole 12 months to do stuff? Why wouldn't you begin to show progress over the course of the 12 months?
You're correct.
I know I'm right. That's why they gave me the black robe. All right, what's the recommendation?
Your Honor, probation recommends that 60 days be revoked, credit for time served as of October 4th, and close the case.
Credit for time served as of October. She spent 60 days in jail?
No, she's been in jail since October the 4th, Your Honor.
Oh. Credit since lockup. Okay.
Yes.
I'll give her 60 days to serve. She still got to come back for the next case.
Your Honor, do we know when that's calendared?
I'm sorry?
Do we know when that next case is scheduled for arraignment?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you.
We do not. Trying to get this computer to work. Yeah, Miss Walker, the last thing we want to do when we have something to do is wait until the last minute and then tell the judge, well, I thought I had 12 months to do it. Yeah, no, ma'am, that's not how this works. Um, so I just don't understand, like you young people think so differently nowadays. Y'all really don't understand that there are consequences for your actions. And so this 60 days that you're gonna be in jail, kind of think about the choices that you're making, okay? Because realize that you got, let me see, one, two, three, four, five more charges coming up before me. And each of those charges is subject to 12 months in jail, $1,000 fine, or both per offense, and maybe more because you got some driving on suspended or revoked license, so that's a higher fine. But what I'm saying to you is, conceivably, that could be 5 years in jail.
Yes, sir.
That's how that could run. It doesn't generally work that way, but at 21, I don't know why you would risk that. All right, not sure what is going on with this computer, but let's do it by hand. All right, so I sent it back. So, ma'am, I'll see you on your next case. You'll be in jail for 60 days, and then when you come back, we'll deal with the next one.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Wilson, hearing.
Gary? Judge, may I have 5 minutes to consult with Mr. Wilson? Thank you, Your Honor. You can bring up Mr. Wilson.
You ready?
Yes, Your Honor, we're bringing up Mr. Wilson now.
And I'll pick her up tomorrow.
All right, Mr. Wilson, raise your right hand for me.
Joseph Demond Wilson.
All right, you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am. Everything I tell you gonna be true, Miss Haywood. If you ask me, I'm gonna tell you.
All right. All right, so Mr. Wilson was on the calendar last week and, well, week before, and he requested a hearing on his petition for revocation of probation. The petition is for case 2024 CR 0006690. Mr. Wilson was before the court for simple battery, family violence, as a first offender, criminal trespass, and he was sentenced to 12 months on probation. And the probation was not told. He has 10 months and 18 days remaining. Mr. Wilson is charged with the new offense of terroristic threats and acts on September 13th of 2024 in Clayton County. Mr. Wilson, it is alleged from probation, has also failed to avoid harassing and violent contact with the victim, in this case, Tiaja Shanice Stewart, or members of Ms. Stewart's family on or about 9/13/2024. He failed to comply with counseling and he failed to pay. All right, Mr. Wilson, we'll have a hearing at this time. Ms. Chang, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right.
I do.
Okay, and the state is here prepared to present witnesses in this case. The state may call its first witness. You're muted, Ms. Hager. There you are.
Sorry about that. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to call Ms. Stewart. And Ms. Stewart, can you please unmute yourself and turn your camera on, please?
Tiasha Stewart?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
All right, ma'am. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. Ms. Hager, you're with.
Thank you. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Tiasha Stewart.
And please spell your first and last name for the record.
TIAISHASTEWARD.
Okay. And Ms. Stewart, at this time, I would like to draw your attention to September the 13th of 2024. Can you please tell the court what happened on that day?
We were asleep and he clearly hasn't been taking his medication like he's supposed to, which is why I recommend that if he do to stay on his medication, that he get the shots, because he doesn't take the pills like consistently like I feel like he should. So it causes him to like have episodes. But on that night he had an episode where he woke me up out of my sleep and accused me of cheating and sleeping with people. And we got into an argument. And he said that he was gonna burn down the house.
Okay, did he say anything else?
Just talking about saying that he want me to tell the truth, which I was telling him the truth. I'm like, you need to stay on your medication because, don't nobody want to keep getting woke up for stuff that ain't true.
Miss,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
1 second. What was the sentence? Was it no violent or harassing contact or no contact?
I thought it was no violent or harassing contact.
Your Honor, it was no violent or harassing.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were there any witnesses to the statement that was made by the defendant to you?
Well, at the time, my mom busted in the room. She said she heard him. I mean, she's on the line also, but it was just me and him in the room.
Okay. At any point, did you call the police regarding this incident?
Yes.
Okay. And did they come out to the scene?
Yes, they did.
And what happened when they came out?
They took him to jail.
Okay. Did you give any statements to any law enforcement on that day?
Yeah, me and my mom wrote a report.
Okay. And where did this incident occur? The address?
At my house. The address?
Yes.
Oh, 6097 Yellowwood Court.
Okay. And what county is that in?
Clayton County.
Okay. And the person that made the statement about burning down your house, do you see that person in court today?
Yes.
Can you identify what he is wearing and where he's standing?
On my screen in the upper left with the orange jumpsuit.
Okay. And let the record reflect that the defendant that the victim in this case has identified venue as well as identified the defendant in this case, Your Honor. No questions, no further questions for Ms. Stewart, Your Honor.
Your Honor, you're muted.
You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Stewart. I'm Attorney Taylor, and I represent Mr. Wilson.
It's kind of hard for me to hear you a little bit.
I'll try and speak up.
That's
Okay.
better. Get closer to the mic. Yeah, that's better when you lean.
Ms. Stewart, how do you know Mr. Wilson?
He's my kid's father.
Okay. How many children do you have together?
We have 3.
And do the two of you live in the same house?
Yes.
So there's no reason for him not to be at your house, correct?
Correct.
And you said your mother was present. Does she also live with you?
She's down here helping me. She lives in Colorado, but she's been down here some months.
So she's been living with you for a couple of months to assist you and Mr. Wilson.
Right.
And you indicated that Mr. Wilson has mental health issues, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe the nature of his mental health?
He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, so sometimes he has like paranoid hallucinations where he'll either see stuff that we don't necessarily see, but he believes it to be true.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times it'll just cause him to like spaz out. Usually when he's taking his medication, he's fine, but if he's not taking his medication or he don't take his medication and he get a lot of sleep, then he'll be like, I hear somebody in the attic. You need to tell me who's in here, things like that.
And how is his behavior and demeanor towards you when he's on his medication?
We're fine. We're happy. We don't really have any issues when he's on his medication.
Okay. And you said that he was off his medication when this episode occurred.
Correct.
Do you know what medicine he takes for his mental health?
He was on an Invega shot, but then they keep on. Hold on, go in there with grandma. He was on his Invega shot, but then here, take him in there. Sorry about that. My kids are home from spring break. Fall break. But he was on his Invega shot, and then he also takes Trilepto. Like they keep switching it because I guess to find the right dosage.
Right.
Um,
So his medication has varied recently while he was at home.
correct.
And did his behavior, did you notice his behavior changing as his medication was switched?
Yes.
Before this incident, did you notice any changes in his behavior?
I can kind of tell when he's gonna like have an episode because like we'll just have days or times when we're fine, happy, everything, but with him like trying to find a job and getting like denial applications and stuff, it kind of like put him in a mood. I would say kind of like a little depression because he's like, I have all these fees and stuff coming up, and he had like all these fees and stuff coming up. And I just recently started working again, so I didn't have no checks coming in at the moment. So it kind of like put him in like a depression because he's like, I got to pay my court fees and all that stuff. And I can kind of tell he was getting antsy and in like a mood. And then like he'll try and do things to like keep his mind off of the situation, like go outside and play basketball and stuff like that. But I find him saying little like remarks, and that I know that it's leading up to probably we're gonna have an argument.
Right. But generally speaking, though, he is good towards you and your kids, your children that you share when he's on his medication. Is that a fair statement to say?
Yes, I can say that.
So going to the night of the incident, and you indicated that he'd either been off his medication, might have been off of it, but it also changed recently, correct?
Correct.
So when he made the statement, I believe he said it was, I'm going to burn down the house. When you heard that statement, were you immediately in fear that he was going to actually burn down the house?
I would say no. I mean, I would say no, I wasn't immediately in fear. I just was like, you don't even start with that, basically. Like, cause most of the time if he's getting ready to have an episode, if he start like talking in ways that the normal person wouldn't necessarily understand, I feel like I've been with him long enough to where I can kind of tame him down to an extent because I'll ignore him. Like I don't argue back and escalate the situation. So I was just like, no, you're not. And then he's just like, oh, you don't believe me? And then I'm like, my mom busted in the room because we was kind of loud and it kind of like escalated from there.
So when your mom entered the room, that exacerbated or made the argument between you and Mr. Wilson get more heated.
Yes. Because I feel like nobody really understands understands him like I do because I'm on a different level with him. Like sometimes I know how to like calm him down. And like I told my mom, it probably wouldn't have went as far as it did if she wouldn't have busted in the room because, sometimes that other people involved. With me ignoring him half of the time, I can be like, Joe, just go back to sleep or something, or go take a walk or something. And sometimes he will listen or just lay back down. But at that point, everybody just started arguing. And
okay. Who called 911? or who called the police?
I did.
What did you want the police to do when they came? What were you hoping to have?
I know that I know that they can't necessarily like force him to go to like the mental hospital or nothing, but when he gets to that point, like sometimes when I call the police, I ask for like the non-emergency, and I'm like, you know, do y'all have an officer that may specialize in dealing with people who have mental illness? Because I don't want to see him in jail all the time, especially when I know that he has mental illness going on.
Right.
But, you know, sometimes when he's in a good mood and he's taking his medication, he feel like he don't need it. And then it causes him to go off of it. But yeah, I called the police. I wanted him to like go to a psychiatric hospital or something, because I'm like, you need to be on your medication. You need to go somewhere where you can like calm down away from us, because, you know, at that point with everything going on, I feel like it just heightened the situation, and it probably wasn't going to calm him down unless he was out of the household.
Miss, hold on, Mr. Taylor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Miss Stewart, are you familiar with 988?
No.
Okay. So 988 is a new number that has that people are using nationwide to assist individuals who are in a mental health crisis. So sometimes when you call 911, their response is more of the protect and serve violence related kind of stuff. But if you call 988, when someone's in a mental health crisis, then their focus is getting that person to either a facility that can help, or connecting them with somebody who has more knowledge about how to deal with someone who's in a mental health crisis. So that's sort of like the 911 for a mental health crisis, so that you don't have to worry about maybe the police misunderstanding the situation and it devolving into something that is uncontrollable. So that's one resource that you have, which is 988. Are you familiar with the organization called NAMI?
No.
Okay. So, and I'm telling you these things because as somebody who chooses to be in a relationship with someone who has a mental health illness, these are tools for you and your children so that you can cope better with Mr. Wilson and the episodes, or helping him to maintain his medical health, his mental health treatment. So NAMI, which is the National Alliance for Mental Illness, they have a website, NAMI.org. But they also have a Georgia chapter, NAMI Georgia. So it's NAMIGA.org. And if you Google that, they'll give you the information. They have a crisis line and they have a regular line where you can call about getting support. They have meetings where family members can kind of get support with each other to figure out how to best navigate the situation where you're in a relationship with, or you have a family member or someone who has mental health illness. Okay.
Okay.
So if you would write those things down and have them available to 988, and then NAMIGeorgia.org. And so, explore the NAMI's website and NAMI Georgia, so that you can have some way to understand how best to deal with the situations, whether he's in crisis or whether he's not. Okay.
Okay.
Because it's difficult dealing with somebody who's an adult and you can't really take them to a doctor and say, hey, give them this medicine.
Right.
You have to rely on them to be compliant.
Right.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stewart, what would you like to see occur as a result of these proceedings? Do you have an opinion that you'd like to share with the court about Mr. Wilson and what the best course of action for the court to take is?
I feel like the best course of action for him is his mental health. Like I feel like sometimes he understands or believes that he has the mental issues, but then when he's feeling good, he feels like he doesn't need it. Or I think because like he talked to a lot of his friends and family members and they tell him like there's such a bad stigma on schizophrenia and stuff, and they're telling him, man, you're not crazy, and I mean, things like that. And I'm like, nobody really knows what I'm dealing with in the household. So it's easy for people who's on the outside looking in because they don't have those issues with him. When he's at work and stuff, he's a good employee. When he's a fun-loving person when he's around people, but then when he gets in these episodes, it's usually at home, so nobody really sees what goes on but me. So they're telling him things like, you're not crazy, things like this. And then it causes him to be like, oh, she just want me on medication for whatever reason. And then it causes him to relapse off of it. But I've seen when
Do you think these episodes
he's
happen when he's tired? Like after the end of a day, he's worked.
Speculation.
I'm just asking for the victims.
Overrule.
we usually have issues at night because a lot of times he does stay up late at night. Like if he's not getting enough sleep, or sometimes like there used to be times where he wouldn't go to sleep for like a day or so, and then that's when it was really bad. But half of the time I'm telling him like go to sleep. Like when his episodes start coming on, it's kind of like I know that he haven't had enough sleep, and I'm like, go take a nap or something. And sometimes he listen to me, sometimes he don't, but
Okay.
to an extent, yeah, because it mostly happens like 3, 4 in the morning.
And he hasn't been sleeping through that time. He's been awake.
Right.
An episode. And this is an important question. I think the judge really wants to know, how does this affect your children? Are they in any danger, or are they mentally affected? Could you tell?
My kids are pretty young. Like my 6-year-old, they don't really see it because like I said, a lot of times it's happening like at like 3 and 4 in the morning, where it's just me and him in the room, maybe arguing and stuff. They love their dad, and then my 2-year-old and my 1-year-old, they really don't see much to
too young
like
to understand.
Have an opinion or anything.
Do you have any fear of him being around your children?
No, I don't.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the best course of action, in your opinion, would be for more mental health treatment?
Yes. I believe mental health treatment, and before, I mean, I don't know when the last time he's like taking drugs or anything. He said he hasn't taken none in a long time, but I know in the beginning stages before he was diagnosed, there was a little usage that it made things like way worse. But I mean, he said he hasn't taken nothing in a long time, so I mean, and I would think maybe drug tests also.
Okay.
Keeping him on his medication. When me and him talked, I recommended to him stay getting a shot. That way he don't have to worry about taking a pill every day.
How frequently would he need to have that shot?
When he first started in Vega, they had him going once a month. But it takes a month to kick in, so that first month was kind of iffy, and then as long as you take it every month, then they moved him to, he was doing good at one point, so they moved the shot from once a month to once every 3 months.
Okay. When was the last time that he was on the Invega shot? Do you recall?
I'm sorry.
When was the last time that he had taken the Invega shot before he got moved to the other medication?
Probably, I think it was like 2023 sometime, because then after that he was on the pills Trileptal. They wanted to try and get him on Trileptal because it was more of a, they said more of a mood stabilizer.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with the court? I realize that you're here on the request of the state, but really we're trying to figure out what's best for both you and Mr. Wilson. So is there anything else you'd like to share?
I mean, even though he's going to jail all those times, I don't see him as a bad person. And I feel like that's the reason why I keep trying to help him, because I know that it's a mental thing, like, but he has to want it just as bad as I do, because I can't make a grown person, stay on their medication and do the things that, like, he wants to be in his kid's life, and I want him to be in his kid's life, but I'm like, eventually they're going to get old enough to where I don't want them seeing, you trip out and stuff. And I know it's a lifelong thing that we would have to deal with, but I'm like, as long as he's trying and I know that he's trying, I'm going to try with him, because I know the person that he is and the father that he is, and he's a hard worker and everything. And like, he's smart. He can do so many different things when it comes to fixing stuff and doing stuff, but I feel like this just takes, like, it just takes over everything, and nobody gets to see the good that he do or the person that he is, because we're always dealing with this.
Well, Ms. Stewart, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Stewart, Ms. Hagler, did you have any other questions for Ms. Stewart?
No, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Stewart, the reason I gave you that information is because you have a lifelong tie to Mr. Wilson, whether y'all stay in a relationship or not. The NAMI helps people who have relationships with folk with mental illness, they assist with your focus on him, but also the focus on you. And you've expressed to me some things that are pretty consistent with people who are in a relationship, whether it's a familial relationship or a romantic relationship with somebody who has mental illness. And it's that other people use the word crazy and you're not crazy. And then that person takes to heart the stigma of mental illness. And then you got to fight against that in order to make sure he's medically compliant, because you see it in home. They only see what presents when he's stable. So NAMI has support groups for families. They have information on how to broach this with kids. You have a 6-year-old, and as a mom, I know how much kids pick up on that we think they don't because they're young, but then you'll be riding in the car and they'll ask a question and you're like, I didn't even know they knew anything about that. And so you'll get information about how to deal with mental illness and how to explain it to your children, or how to deal with the children having the impact from it. But most importantly, that 988 number is really, really key, because when you're in a crisis situation, you don't want to be in a situation where you're having to rely on the police to understand this is a mental health illness, as opposed to violence and intentional violence. You understand?
Yes.
So keep those resources, use those resources, whether he's in the home or not. Those things are for you. The NAMI stuff is for you to be able to help navigate this situation. Because unfortunately, once you have someone who has mental illness and they're an adult, unless you have a guardianship over them, you don't get to dictate their health care. Right. All you can do is suggest. The doctors aren't going to communicate with you in any way because of HIPAA and their and the privacy issues surrounding healthcare. Okay, so whether you were married or not, you still wouldn't have that ability to get to push from that side.
Yeah, because
But
there have been times I didn't try to, be like, instead of going to jail, why don't, you go to a
yeah,
psychiatric ward or something, and they was like, we can't force him to do nothing that he doesn't want to do or
doesn't want to do. And then the other thing is, NAMI may help you also to explain to these individuals who are in his ear about him being crazy. It is not crazy. It is an illness, just like hypertension, diabetes, those things that need care, that if you don't treat them consistently, then you will suffer. And so it is the same thing. And so NAMI may have information that you can share with those people who are working against you, kind of, trying to convince him that he doesn't need the medication or he doesn't need the treatment. And I think a lot of times what we don't admit is because those individuals think it reflects poorly on them. That if he has a situation, it might mean that we do also, or we didn't raise him right, or, so I think people are more concerned about sometimes how it reflects on them as opposed to the relationship that he has with you and his children. And I don't want you to think, I think he's a bad person, because people who have mental health issues, it's like they're a different person. They're different than the person they normally are.
Right.
So, Miss Hagler, did you have other witnesses that you wanted to present?
Yes, Sean, at this time, I'd like to call Officer Rios to the stand, or?
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Stewart, I'd like for you to listen to the rest of the hearing, if that's okay.
Yes.
All
I
right.
can.
So just mute your device and you can hear the rest of it.
All right, Rios, can you? Okay, go ahead, Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry, Officer Rios. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find him on the screen. There we are. Yes. Oh, there you are. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. State may go ahead and examine the witness.
Thank you. Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
My name is Armando Rios.
And can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is spelled Armando. Last name is spelled Rios.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Clayton County Police Department.
Okay. And were you employed with the Clayton County Police Department on September the 13th of 2024?
Yes.
And are you PERS certified and credentialed?
Yes.
And are audio credentials up to date?
Yes.
And were you post certified and credentialed on September 13th of 2024?
Yes.
And do you have arrest powers?
Yes.
Did you have arrest powers on that day?
Yes, I did.
And were you on official duty and working in your official capacity on that day as well?
Yes.
And were you dispatched to 6097 Yellowwood Court?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that dispatch?
So that night on September 13, we were dispatching reference to a domestic and reference to Miss Stewart calling, stating that her boyfriend or her husband, Mr. Wilson, had thrown the TV over the balcony, which is a balcony, is the second floor on the house, but it's inside. So he had thrown that over and making threats in reference to burning the house down.
Okay. And what county is that location located in?
That is in Clayton County.
Okay. Upon your arrival, did you speak to anyone?
Yes, upon the arrival, I spoke with the victim, Ms. Stewart.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
So she had actually she was downstairs asleep, I believe, that night, and she woke up to a loud bang. And as she opened her eyes, she said she seen the TV on the floor where she was at, which was the first floor of the house. And she tended to look up. That's when she saw Mr. Wilson on top of the second floor, just standing there.
Okay. And what else did she tell you happened on that day when you spoke to her?
So she told me that she mentioned him yelling and, nobody's gonna watch this TV and threatening to just burn down the house. That was just all his statements.
Okay. And when you spoke to Miss Stewart, what was her demeanor? Describe her demeanor.
Her demeanor that night was just a little frightening, but not as scared because this is not my first encounter with Mr. Wilson as well. So she have called several times, but she knows what he goes through. And like I told her that night, it will be out of my hands. I can get him medical out there, but now if he refuses, he that's on him. Because I think the first time I've encountered him, we started medical for him, and he was not on scene anymore before medical got there.
Okay, so you said that, so he wasn't on scene, so meaning he fled?
Yes, he left. Well, not this time.
Okay.
That was the first time my encounter with him.
Okay, gotcha. So to confirm, you said that her demeanor, she was frightened on that day?
Yes.
Okay.
It was like a frightened, not frightened demeanor.
Okay. Did she appear upset?
She appeared upset because it's like she wants to get him help, and she knows that calling us was not the correct choice because of how we go about our doing. Is either we protect and serve. And that's what I told her. I was like, I can get him to help out here. Now it's up to him. Unless she had power of attorney over him because of his mental state, then we can go that route and try to 1013 him.
Okay. Did you speak to anyone else on that day besides Miss Stewart?
Yes, I spoke with her mom, which was Miss Ruby, that night.
Okay, what did she tell you?
And she said she was on the second floor when she heard the Mr. Wilson making the threats of burning the house, and that's all she heard. It was just the statement said from him.
Okay. Did either one of them provide any type of witness statements throughout your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak to anyone else on that day besides Miss Ruby and Miss Ruby Stewart and her Miss Taisha Stewart? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't speak with anybody else.
Okay. How did you end up concluding your investigation?
So the conclusion of my investigation was basically on the hard evidence of the TV on the ground, which was broken. And just other than Miss Stewart, party as just acknowledging that, okay, this is the statement that I heard in reference to the terroristic threats. It was just not her. It was also Miss Ruby that heard it.
Okay. And you said that Miss Ruby was on the second floor of the house. How far, from where Miss Taisha was, how far away was Miss Ruby? You said to the second part of the house. So how far was the distance?
So I couldn't put a measurement to it, but it wasn't as far.
So it's pretty close?
Yeah. It wasn't like as real close to be like real close together, but it wasn't as far. But it was at a distance where, yes, I can hear that clearly.
Okay. And at some point, was the defendant arrested on that day?
Yes.
And what was he arrested for?
He was arrested for the criminal trespass on the damage for the TV and the terroristic threats.
Okay. And you said the criminal trespass for the TV and the terroristic threats. And why for the terroristic threats again?
So the terroristic threat came about Ms. Stewart, Ms. Taisha making the statement that, okay, I heard Mr. Wilson making a statement that I'm gonna burn down the house. And not just her statement, Ms. Ruby as well said, hey, yes, I heard it as well.
Okay. What was Miss Ruby's demeanor when she heard the statement? Were you able to engage her demeanor at that time?
Miss Ruby, she was just more of a like shock. Something like not really have been through this.
Okay. Did she appear to be frightened as well when you spoke to her? How was her demeanor?
She wasn't as frightened.
Okay.
Because she, like I said, she only heard the statement, so she didn't see further action.
Okay. Thanks, Your Honor, for the questions for Officer Rios.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Rios. When you arrived on the scene, you evaluated it, and you determined that based on the two, Ms. Stewart and Ms. Stewart's mother, that a threat had been made, correct?
Yes.
And how did you have an opportunity to talk to Mr. Wilson, or did you immediately place him under arrest?
I didn't immediately place them in handcuffs that moment. I had him to sit down on the end of the steps as I was doing my investigation, and he actually, he listened and he just was right there. So I can't remember what I asked him in reference to the situation. And say again.
What was Mr. Wilson's demeanor? Was he agitated or calm?
No, he was just calm.
Yeah. And based on the circumstances that you encountered, what options were available to you?
So my only options was for me to start our medical to give him evaluation, and if he would like to be transported to go to the facility and get checked out further, then we can go that route.
Did he decline?
So I didn't, like I said, I didn't start it this time because the very first encounter, because this was my second encounter with him. The first time he was not on scene and he has declined previously.
Okay. In your experience as an officer, as a, I guess, patrol officer, have you responded to other medical health calls?
Yes.
And in those situations, does the person that's experiencing that medical health incident typically request or not require, but request or voluntarily go along with medical care?
Yes, I've dealt with some that actually, if they request it or if I can see it and their family members are telling me this and they show me all the proof that this is what they're diagnosed with, then I start the medical.
But it varies upon the situation. Is that fair?
Yes, it varies.
Did Miss Taisha Stewart, did she indicate what she would like to happen that evening?
That evening, I cannot remember that evening, but to my knowledge, she was preferring go medical route. Like I told her, we can start it, but it's up to him at this point if he's gonna deny it or not.
And assuming that he denied it, what options were available to you at that point?
So the next options for me was to take him down to the county jail.
And arrest him on the charges based on your investigation?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. No further questions.
All right, any redirect?
Just one quick clarity. So Officer Rios, on this incident, for clarity purposes, are you saying that the defendant did deny medical on that day, which is why he was arrested for the charges?
No, this time, I'm like I said, because of previous times, and I just was like, okay, if he denied it previously, I would just go my route.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any other witnesses for the state?
At this time, Your Honor, the set up to call one final witness, Miss, if she's still on, Miss Ruby Stewart.
All right, Miss Ruby.
Miss Stewart, if you could please.
Her phone went dead, but she's on my phone. I don't know if.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine. If just let her sit where you were sitting and just make herself comfortable.
No. Well, I gotta take the phone anyway.
Miss Ruby.
Hello.
Hi, you want to sit down for me? You could, is there a chair?
Hello?
available? Yes, ma'am. You want to
I'm
sit
here.
down for me, Miss Ruby?
Okay, hold on. Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Can you hear me?
Can you talk up a little bit because I can't hardly hear?
Yes,
Close the
ma'am.
door.
Raise your right hand for me.
You have to close the door. I can't hear.
Raise your right hand for me, Miss Ruby.
Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down now. All right, Miss Hagler, you have questions for Miss Ruby Stewart. Miss Ruby, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just trying to separate you from Miss Taisha Stewart. So I was calling you Miss Ruby, but I can call you Miss Stewart if you wish.
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, go ahead, Miss Hagler.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Ruby
and
Stewart.
And please spell your first and last name for the record.
Ruby, R-U-B-Y, Stewart, S-U-T, W-S-U-T-S-T-E-W-A-R-D.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Ms. Stewart, I like to draw your attention to, September the 13th of 2024. Were officers called to 6097 Yellowwood Court?
Yes.
And were you present at that time?
Yes.
And can you please tell the court what happened on that day?
Okay, I was laying in the bed and I woke up with this hollering and screaming. And my room is closer to my daughter's room. So I went and stood by the balcony and heard him hollering and screaming. So I heard him say something about he was going to burn the house down. So as he said he was going to burn the house down, I kicked the door in and the door opened. And what I observed was my daughter sitting on the end of the bed. She wasn't saying nothing. He unplugged the TV. He pulled the TV out, and I was standing. And then I came out and was standing by the balcony, and he threw the TV. He said he was gonna tear the TV over the balcony, and she said, "You gonna do this to your kids?" And he said, "I bought it." So he threw it over to there. So my daughter, she went downstairs, and I knew what she was gonna do, call the police, but he never knew it because he was still raping. So she went down. She went down the stairs to call the police. He still was upstairs. I was still upstairs. Then all of a sudden, I see the police coming. So when the police came, they called him downstairs a couple of times. He wouldn't come, so he came downstairs. He sit on the steps. Once he sat on the steps, they asked him questions. They said, "Did you throw the TV over the balcony?" He said, "It's my TV." So
and when you
they
say
kept
he,
asking
who are you
questions.
referring to, Ms. Rubin? When you say he, who are you referring to?
Oh, Joe. My daughter's baby daddy, Joe.
Okay.
The one in the orange jumpsuit.
Okay, so Mr. Wilson, Joseph Wilson.
Yes.
Okay. And you can continue. So the police
Okay.
came.
So when the police came, they asked him questions, and the only thing he said was it was his TV. And they asked me, did I hear him say something about burning the house down? I said, yes. So they asked me, would I write a statement? And I said I would. And that was the end of it.
So, When you initially heard the statement, describe your daughter's demeanor at that time.
Well, when I heard the statement, they didn't know that I was standing by the door all this time because her room is closer to mine. I heard a lot that he was calling her names, doing stuff. So I was standing by her door a long time before I kicked the door in. And I heard everything. When I heard that, then I didn't know what he would do. So that's when I kicked the door.
Okay. And when you saw her at that time, what was her demeanor?
She was sitting on the end of the bed and she wasn't saying nothing because usually she don't say nothing. And then I seen him over there unplugging the TV. So I just stood there and didn't say nothing either. So when he unplugged the TV, he came out with the TV and I was still standing by the door and he just threw it over the balcony.
Okay.
And he still went on the page, but she never said a word.
Did your daughter appear to be upset at that time?
She was, yeah, she was mad, but she know how to cope with stuff like that. You know, she was mad, but she been through it so much to where she just, I can't describe it, but she was mad because she did tell him, "You're gonna do the kids like that," and he said, "I bought it."
Okay.
Because it was a kids TV.
Okay. Did she appear to be frightened at that time when that statement was made?
Well, when I heard him say something about he gonna burn the house down, I wasn't in it at the time. I kicked the door in at the time he said that. So when the police came and she was talking to the police, I heard her say, "I'm not gonna let you burn the house down. I'm tired of this."
How else did she appear to you when you saw her after you kicked the door in?
Yes.
How else did she appear to you?
Tired, mad.
Okay. Okay. On that day, did you see the defendant get arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And did you provide a statement to the officers regarding what happened? Thank you, Your Honor, for the questions for Ms. Stewart.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it okay if I call you Miss Ruby? Is it okay if I call you Miss Ruby?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Mr. Taylor, or I'm Taz. So, how long have you known Mr. Wilson? How long have you known Joe?
About 2 years.
Have you been around Joe when he's having a medical episode or a mental health?
Yes.
So you're familiar with how he acts during that period. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was his behavior on this occasion consistent, the same as when he's had other episodes?
Well, this episode, it seemed like it get worse.
Okay. Did your daughter tell you why she thought he was having this episode?
No, I never got to talk to my daughter.
Okay.
But see, most of the time she knows how to talk to him, but sometimes when she talked to him and tried to bring him down, she ain't got no control.
Okay. When you entered the bedroom, do you think that helped the matter, or do you think it?
Okay, when I entered the bedroom, the reason why I entered the bedroom because he was getting louder and louder and louder, and I didn't know what he was going to do. But when he said about burning the house down, I just kicked the door and the door opened. And at that time that I kicked the door open, she was sitting at the end of the bed and she wasn't saying nothing. And he was over there unplugging the TV. So I don't think it escalated. The reason why I said it didn't escalate because he was already at that point.
He was already agitated.
Yeah, he was already hostile.
Okay. Do you think, have you been around Mr. Wilson when he's on his medication?
Really, I don't know when he took his, well, I have been around him when he took his medication. Yes, I have.
And is his behavior different when he's taking his medication?
Yes.
For the better?
It's a difference because he sleeps, you know, he's mellow and he just be himself. You know, like he ain't, you know.
Yeah,
So the medication do make a difference.
it helps him.
Yes, help a lot.
When he's on his medication, do you think he's a good person to your daughter?
When he's on the medication, he's a good thing to my daughter. Yeah, and once he stay busy, he's really good. When he stay busy and stuff and got something to do and don't trigger his mind to where he thinks other things, because his
Doesn't have
trip is
time
with
to
my
think.
daughter.
He doesn't have time to think bad thoughts.
Yes,
Yeah.
he stays busy.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you participating today. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Hagler?
No, Your Honor, this time the state rests.
All right. All right, anything, argument, on behalf of the state or, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask that you do, both the defendant's bond. The defendant did, commit another offense on September 13th of 2024. All the witnesses that testified for the state, to include the officer, Ms. Taisha Stewart, Ms. Ruby Stewart, they all testified the defendant did get arrested on that day, again, for terroristic threats, which is a violation of the defendant's probation. So based on the facts presented, the evidence presented, the state will ask that you revoke the defendant's probation. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've heard the testimony here today. I don't think there's any question that Mr. Wilson made those statements. However, I don't think he was in a frame of mind where he intended. If he had not been off his medication and not suffering a mental health episode, I don't think he would have made those statements. I think that was a different person, and I believe Mr. Wilson is a different person when he's receiving appropriate medical care and allows himself to be medicated and the medication's effective. I don't think there would be any benefit to be served by Mr. Wilson sitting in custody in the jail for 10 months. He may receive some medication there, but he's not going to receive any treatment, and he's not going to have an opportunity to fix the problems in his life, which I think could be addressed by work, which he's been actively seeking work that would occupy him and make him physically tired and want to go to sleep, which seems to be a trigger, the lack of sleep and something to occupy his give him mental stimulation so he's not preoccupied with his thoughts. And, it's very common that when a person's undergoing a mental health medical episode, that they don't realize they're having it. So when they speak to somebody who offers them treatment, they're like Ms. Taisha Stewart said, they don't understand. So they deny it because they think they're acting perfectly rationally when they're not. I just would ask the court to consider these factors when they're making the decision on Mr. Wilson's probation. Thank you.
All right, what's the recommendation from probation?
Your Honor, the original recommendation was to revoke 90 days, but we defer to the court and to the solicitor.
Is Mr. Taylor, does he get medication in the jail?
He has been receiving medication in the jail. I'm not sure if it's the one that's prescribed outside of the jail. Are you getting the same one? No. He did indicate to me, and Mr. Lynch sent me a note that in addition to receiving the medication in jail, he did an anger management class while he's been in custody, and that he had a job lined up. He'd been actively seeking work, as we talked about.
Okay. How long has he been in?
Since September 13th, the day of the terroristic threats incident.
Okay, so this is what the court's going to do. So the court finds that Mr. Wilson has violated the terms and conditions of probation, but to the limited extent that he failed to continue medical management and comply with his medicine as necessary to maintain his mental health. Mr. Wilson, you don't get to stop taking your medicine when you feel better, sir.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
there's something going on with the medicine, then you got to work with your doctors until they find the right combination for you to help you to continue to be well. But the problem is you as a grown person can make certain decisions that have a detrimental effect on your entire family.
Yes, ma'am.
You have little kids, and from what I understand, you're a good father to those kids. But when you make decisions about your medical treatment and you make changes to your medical treatment without consulting a physician, when you stop taking your meds, or when you decide that you're not going to go back because you feel good, then you have run the risk of harming your kids. If nothing else, just the way they look at you as a father.
Yes, ma'am.
When other people talk about, well, man, you're not crazy, you don't need to take, those are other people who don't live in your household. They're not paying your bills. They're not doing things for you. They're not supporting you in the way that Ms. Stewart is supporting you. And so if you listen to other people who have no ability to benefit you and your family, and you let them convince you to put at risk all that you have at home, then that's not good common sense.
Yes, ma'am.
And from what I understand from Ms. Stewart, absent the medical issues, you're a pretty good guy.
Yes, ma'am. I am, Miss Haywood. I promise you, if you give me one more chance, I promise you, I won't.
But the problem is, I need you to be better than what people say. You having a mental health illness is just like somebody having diabetes, somebody having hypertension, somebody having any other illness that they got to stay on medication.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can't make the decision by yourself that you're just going to stop taking your meds. I understand. I have heard it time and time again that the meds aren't working, or they make me feel sluggish, or they do this or they do that. I get that. But they have so many medications, so many classes of medication. They have so many different types of therapies now available to people with mental health illness that you can keep going back to the doctor until they get it right. Okay? But you cannot just decide you're not going to take meds.
I promise you, I would take the shot every month.
Okay, put it on your calendar, put a reminder in your phone, set the reminder in your phone. Okay, this is the day I take the shot. This is the day I take the shot, because you have a good family. Do you want to mess that up?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
You don't want your kids living in fear, and you don't want Miss Stewart living in fear.
No, not at all.
Okay, so this is what you got to commit to. So I'm going to give you credit for time served and return you to probation.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to avoid alcohol and any illicit drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you'll test for alcohol and illicit drugs randomly.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're to continue your medical management and stay on your medicines as directed by your physician.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're to continue in all the terms and conditions of probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I think for everybody concerned, could we ask they show proof of the medication?
Right. You're going to show proof to probation that you're meeting with your doctors and you're getting your shot monthly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're trying to get a job, so I'll waive supervision fees at this time.
It's a blessing. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, God. No, thank you.
Mr. Wilson, you trying to be there for your family, but until you start, kind of getting comfortable with the fact that this is something that you're going to deal with and medicine is part of it, you cannot let somebody else convince you to go against the family that's supporting you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Ms. Stewart is a wonderful person, and wonderful in the sense that a lot of people would walk away from the situation because of the negatives, but she sees the positive, and she's willing to come here and tell us all that it's not just the disease that the person has, it's the person. And she's looking at the person, not just the disease.
Right.
If she's willing to stick by you and look at the person, you know how much love and respect that takes from somebody.
Yes, ma'am.
So don't listen to those other people who tell you what to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Because they're gonna jeopardize that good thing that you got going on.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. So you'll return to probation. You'll do your medical management through your assigned physician, through your physicians. You'll continue probation as directed, and then I guess we'll deal with the other case when it comes up. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. Please remember these things. Please take care of yourself. And Miss Stewart, please remember 988.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
if I may
Your
give
Honor.
Mr. Wilson a
Yes,
next
Mr.
report date.
Wilson, listen up for your next report date, okay?
Mr. Wilson, if you'll report to our office in person, October 17th. That's a Thursday of next week at 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Okay.
does Mr. Wilson
Thank you.
have a bond on the 07A16 case? I wasn't able,
Yeah, he doesn't have a bond on that one.
I'm not sure. I wasn't able to look it up.
If he, okay, check and see, but if he doesn't have a bond, because he's already on probation, and he does come for probation, I didn't see that he doesn't appear. Is that correct, Ms. Chang?
Your Honor, he can report within 48 hours or 24 hours of his release.
No, what
If
my
he-
question is
sorry.
have you had issues with him reporting?
Oh, he reported one time, and that was by phone. And then he was to report, I believe, September the 26th, but he was incarcerated at that time.
So he really hadn't had time to establish a record.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll set the bond at, you hear me, Mr. Taylor? I'll set the bond at $2,000.
Well, Your Honor, he has an order for bond in the file.
Okay, I didn't know. Mr. Taylor said
So
he didn't think there was a bond.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see the actual amount, but there is an order for bond that was signed on September the 14th.
Okay, so the issue is, here's the thing. Sometimes in magistrate court, on a case where they are already on a pending case that involves violence, where they already have probation or a conviction for a previous violent offense, they will no bond them under 1710-1 because they want to make sure that the judge who holds the probation or the parole has the opportunity to review the case. So it is possible that he is on a no bond from magistrate court. So if he has a bond.
He does. It's 2,000. I just found it.
Okay. All right. So yeah, that's consistent with what I would have done. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Stewart.
Okay, so we still have the remaining case. We're just gonna wait till that comes back up, or what we doing? I mean,
we do have the remaining case.
You don't, I mean, you have options, not guilty, or NOLO, although I don't know, NOLO might be a little tricky, but based on this testimony, it might work. But did you want to wait until Mr. Lynch comes back? Because if he bonds out, he'll still be able to come on an arraignment calendar.
Ms. Hagler, would we be able to run the probation concurrent with his current probation? I do have your previous.
That's fine.
Then we'd like to enter a guilty plea at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All right. So, Mr. Wilson.
Okay. When you bond out, within 48 hours. No. You're absolutely right. You'll get out. We'll check with you, John.
And you already had the current offer for this case, right? Attorney Taylor?
12 months probation, 40 hours of community service, $300 fine, anger management.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you, Ms. Haywood.
All right, wait, we still got to do the plea. Hold on. All right. What, do we know how long he's been in or what date he was in?
I believe intake was on September 13th.
Okay.
On it. Make sure you get it. When I come back tomorrow, I'll make sure you're at.
All right. All right, Mr. Wilson, you've already been sworn. You're before the court on the case. All right, so sir, you're before the court for 2024 CR 07816 for terroristic threats and acts. Joseph Demond Wilson. You're represented by Attorney Taylor. You have, Mr. Taylor, what does your client plead to the offense before the court?
Your Honor, he pleads guilty to the single count.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir? All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about September the 13th of 2024, pursuant to the probable cause affidavit, Officer Armando, Armando Rios, was dispatched to 6097 Yellowwood Court, Clayton County, Georgia. Throughout his investigation, it was determined that the defendant did commit the act of criminal trespass when he threw a Roku TV over the balcony, causing it to break. The said cost was valued at $200 for the damaged TV. Additionally, the defendant committed the act of terroristic threat when he told the victim, Miss Taisha, Tiaisha Stewart, Steward, that he would burn down the house. This terroristic threat was heard by Miss Ruby, Ruby Stewart, Steward. Your Honor, at this time, the state's recommendation is 12 months probation, 40 hours of community service. anger management and a fine of $300. And the state does not have any issue with this case running concurrent with case number 2024 CR 06690.
All right, Mr. Taylor?
Your Honor, we just ask that you accept the recommended sentence. We would request that you waive the probation fees in this matter as well.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Wilson, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve, 12 months probation, 40 hours of community service, an anger management course, a fine in the amount of $300, which will be $444 with the surcharges. I'm gonna waive the supervision fees. My understanding is that you have a line on a job, so let's hope you'll be able to get that job. And then this will kind of assist your family without having a huge financial burden. And then that will run concurrent with your probation on case 2024 CR 06690. All right, anything else?
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Wilson, it is not about you at this point. It is about those babies that you have to raise with Ms. Stewart. So whenever you think that you need to deviate from your medical plan, I need you to remember you got babies that you got to take care of. So you got to suck it up and take that medicine. If it's not working for you, go back to the doctor and tell them exactly what you're feeling and how it's making you feel so they can help you figure out the right medicine for you, okay? All right, because I care about them babies. Y'all have babies that you got to be there for, and you are not, my understanding is you are dad. So I need dads. I need fathers, not just baby daddies. I need fathers.
Yes, ma'am. I got you.
Okay? All right. So go ahead, go back and do better, okay?
Thank you. It's really good to meet you, sir. The probation officer will. Okay, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have knocked it out, I think. It's my understanding that we are done at this point with this calendar. So if any of you have relatives in a hurricane zone and Florida's been hit pretty hard, but you might want to tell them to head this way. Because you know, don't want to have anybody in an unfortunate situation. All right, take care, everybody, and I will see you next time.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.